Happy Halloween and white well-being.
The day will come when we recapture our destiny, and sorry won't be good enough.
These are the Knights of the White Table. I'm really honored to be able to serve white well-being with you heroes and be able to stand against the attacks on Western kind, Western civilization.
The great news about yesterday, the thing that should absolutely fill you with excitement for white well-being,
is that the anti-whites revealed something to us yesterday that we could have never found out on our own. We don't have the technology at our fingertips. We don't have the wealth at our fingertips. We don't have the social capital or the connections at our fingertips. They reveal something to us that we could have never discovered on our own. With their wealth, with their power, with their connections in government, with their anti-white stooges throughout the tech industry who were just anti-white at every level of those businesses, tapping down into the lives, into all of the lives of whites, not just in the United States, but all across the West, ladies and gentlemen. Because remember, they were talking not just about the United States, they were talking about the entire West, all of Western civilization. They tap down into all of your lives, and they see what you're looking at, and they know what you're doing, and they know with their predictive models what you're thinking, and what you will be thinking tomorrow. And what did they reveal to us about that? They just revealed that tomorrow is ours. The white masses of millions across the West are turning to us. They're turning to white well-being. The anti-whites know it. They see it with all of their algorithms, with all of their programs, with all of their invasive programs, and all of their snooping and stooging into everything you look and buy and do and say and share. They know that you are not happy. They know that the millions of middle-class, working-class whites across the entire Western civilization are unhappy with a prospect of an anti-white, non-white Western civilization, and that they are beginning now to revoke their loyalty, to take that loyalty back from these entities, the governments, the churches, the universities, and that they are looking elsewhere for answers. They know way in advance that this is happening. They can see it. Their actuaries have plotted it. Today is not ours, but tomorrow is. Now I say at the end of this stream, as I said at the beginning, now is the time to redouble our efforts, to retriple our efforts, to get to these people with this doctrine of white well-being, not another slogan of conservatism, not another pathetic ideology, or another new flag, or another new right this, or new right that, or alt-right this, not another campaign slogan, not another nothing that loses again and again. This curative contagion for white well-being, this is what the soil is rich for. This is what will turn our people to our cause so that we can recapture our destiny. Let's be there for them. This is what the anti-whites revealed to us yesterday. It is not black pills, folks. It is white pills. It is a positivity. It is a rising dawn in the West. And I now take up the sword of this conflict. And I stride with purpose into that shining light of that western sunrise, into a soil that grows richer by the minute, that is made clear to us with wealth and technology and invasion and privacy that the anti-whites have, and that they know and have affirmed for us yesterday in that committee hearing, that tomorrow belongs to us. Let's go free.
When we recapture our destiny, sorry won't be good enough.
Those individuals who stood out against the time, we look back and we're like, that is an extraordinary person. It takes an extraordinary constitution and character to be able to do that. And we have handfuls and handfuls of these people here in service to white well-being, each of them the equivalent of tens of thousands of audience members. How do we recapture our destiny? Forget about that. The question is, how do we put one foot in front of the other? That mountain peak of recapturing our destiny isn't going anywhere. We just need to walk toward it. We just need to head that direction. I will help us put one foot in front of the other. I'll need you to help us to put another foot in front of the other, and then you to help us put another foot in front of the other, and then you to help us. And by being active in this cause, by making a contribution, by doing a little thing every day or every other day or every 3 or 4 or 5 days, by doing something, you, instead of being depressed, you will be filled with energy. You will be filled with the ideas and the excitement that things can be done. You can be a success. You can help us reach that hill, the top of that hill. You can help us surmount that mountain and recapture our destiny. The northern star, my friends, hangs right above that mountain top. And when we get there, it'll be in hand's grasp. We just have to take those steps. So let's take them together. Let's have those who are interested in helping me with this minutes segment. I I have a lot of things going on right now, but I'll never stop taking on more to the cause of white well-being. This is my life. If you've read Born Guilty, you know where I come from. You know how this got started for me, and you know it is bone of my bone, marrow of my marrow, spirit of my spirit. There'll be nothing but love and service to white well-being in this body until the very last breath. And then if I'm able to serve after that, you damn well better see me do it. All right, Phoenix Fire, super chatting by way of the familiar alternative, $5. I hope this works here. Thank you very much, Dean, for the kind super chat. Bless you. Stiff salute from Ethiopian Healing, man. We love you. That is so epic. When I opened that, I was like, oh my God, this champion. 1,000. Things are getting exciting. This is why the anti-whites are trying to shut us down. This is why they hate the process of going free. There are participants in service to white well-being that are truly just in. They are in it to win. They are in this game. They want to be the hero in our story. They're writing themselves into our story, our book, as the most glorious of heroes. There'll be nothing but love and service to white well-being in this body until the very last breath. And then if I'm able to serve after that, you damn well better see me do it.
Tomorrow belongs to us. Let's go free.
We get the opportunity to be heroes. We'll stand in this gap and be the men of the West and women of the West who we need. Now is the age. Now is the time. The discussion about how to honor Juneteenth came to light this week in Virginia, which designated it as a state holiday in 2020, with legislators flogging themselves from D.C. to Richmond and back again. Social media users called out the city of Newport News for merging July 4th and Juneteenth decorations. In response, a city employee hid social media comments on the post that pushed back against the move, but the comments were restored Thursday morning as he was beheaded. The discussion about how to honor Juneteenth came
no hand place to do my thing.
And we are rolling in, going free. Let me know if you can hear me okay. I know it's Halloween, but I just couldn't bring myself to putting a costume on tonight. So here we are, and ready to roll. Hope everybody is doing good. Over the course of this roll-in gathering, if you would like to speak directly to yours truly, you may tag me as No White Guilt, the @ symbol, No White Guilt, and it will glow for me on any of the multiple platforms that we are streaming on tonight. A happy Halloween, a happy white Halloween to you, and I hope everybody's doing okay. If you would like to financially gift over the course of this gathering, you can do so at several platforms. You can do so at Entropy, up and running right now. You'll find the link in the description. Also at DLive, if you like their cryptocurrency. Odyssey for their cryptocurrency and cash dollars, as well as Cash App for cryptocurrency, a little bit more common cryptocurrencies that are out there. Cash App, as well as Cash, and then Subscribe Star. And we actually had a couple financial gifts on Sunday that came in just late, and we will celebrate those people this coming gathering, this coming Sunday. So I didn't miss you, and it's going to be a big celebration. I can promise you that. What kind of Halloween did you have tonight? Do you have scary stories? Or are you yet to go out? Maybe you're on the West Coast of the U.S. and you're yet to go out and trick or treat. I am trick or treating, of course, as well. Looks like Thunder from Down Under is with us. Oh, he says that he guesses I was sorted into Slytherin. Indeed, and now they're changing the name of the house. Samuski is here. He says, that is a swash suit, brother. Well, thank you so much. You know what I need to do? Maybe in a minute I need to go get my, what is it called again? Xephus sword. Misty is here. Hello. And oh, awesome suit. Thank you so much. Cool Papa J Magic is with us. Hyperborean Dream. Cindy Ben. Dr. J805. Hello. And Katie says that I look amazing. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I am in costume as the Scarlet Thing on the planet, a straight white man with white well-being in his heart. That's fantastic. Yes. Well played, sir. There's the great Franklin J. Bishop is here. Crystal is here. Wonderful that so many folks could show up. The great FourCorners is among us, as well as Elaine Sabatino. Great to see you, sister. Wasn't able to go by my box, but I still have this box, and we'll share some of the rest of this box that you sent with folks tonight. Thank you so much for all of that. And then this coming Sunday with the rest. There's White Student Transmission. And my goodness, we're going to celebrate this guy on this coming Sunday. But he's got a tweet right now. If you haven't seen it, you need to head over. About a little white boy hanged himself after being bullied, age 9 or 10, after being bullied for being white. And he has brought nearly 4,000 people to our website. So big salutes for White Student Transmission, making a difference in the world, even on a night that we come together to celebrate one of our quirky holidays, one of our quirky festivity days. Promethean Promulgation is with us. Great to see you. And so is Shelly. Hello. Welcome. Red Dog. And the cool Papa J Magic getting in there a few times. There's Gary. Art Acrobats is here. The scariest costume is the anti-white. Yeah, so true. Masumek, great to see you. Happy Halloween. There's June. Hello and welcome. Brian, great to see you. All right. Hank is here. Hank, I think we're going to be reviewing a message that you sent. I believe it was you. And we'll look at that video. It's a very educational opportunity. I surmise, I haven't seen it yet, but from what Hank Soulman shared with us, it will be educational. And of course, it has to deal with this new book about the war on whites, which is obviously taking place. And we're the community. It seems like we are the only community that seems to care about that. Blood. You all knew I was a vampire, didn't you? Franklin says he's white. He is. I've met him. I can vouch for him. All right. So what are we going to bring? As you can see, Maximilian von Fock has supplied us with new backgrounds again in the magic window and in the closet. So it's a glorious thing, as you can see. What a champion. Playing, that was some of the great FourCornersG music, and he's here with us. And then that was For White Wellbeing, that video that we played. It was magnificently done. Let's go ahead and pull this back up on the screen, and we can get rolling here. If you all have anything you'd like to share, make sure you tag me. And let's see if we can move this around. So this is where I wanted to begin the roll-in tonight with Fox, because they're addressing, and this is actually going to be just a brief part of the time that we are together. They're addressing the war, the conflict in the Middle East right now. And it's important because, once again, it's proving that we are right and that the J-spergs and all of these other folks are 100% wrong about the lay of the land all across the West when it comes to the reclamation of our destiny. So let's have a little bit of a listen.
Making violent anti-Semitic threats. Are they domestic terrorists?
I don't know that.
The people in this country making violent anti-Semitic threats, are they domestic terrorists?
I don't know that we're classifying people as domestic terrorists for that. I mean, that's.
So I want to point out just right away as we're moving along, because I can't. I teach so that you all can be not just knights of the white table on Halloween, but every other day of the year as well. But you'll notice here that in the milieu of anti-whiteism, the psychological warfare under which we suffer, you see that white people, almost under any scenario where we object to, get in the way of, even when white people are doing their damnedest to villainy signal that they're anti-white as all hell, if they get in the way of anti-whiteism and anti-whites achieving the goal of victimizing white people and white erasing us, if they get in the way at all, they are defined as domestic terrorists. And we see over the years, we've reported about it here, the creation of other categories, lists that you can find yourself on. And we warned you about the kind of things that you could say to get yourself onto these lists, and demonstrated, showed you that these lists are commensurate to international crime gang lists, etc., and make it easy for the feds to segue you from one list to another and at levels of importance. But as you can see here, when it comes to non-white groups, they drag their feet. Is it you? A J-sperg would say, oh, well, they're not going to declare the people terrorists that are threatening the Jews yet, because they'll give you their reasons for that. It'll have something to do with their power, and it's yet to be, it's going to be rolled out, and all of this sort of thing, as we see. And I think we'll be looking at Vox next. As you'll see, yes, the boycott movement. You'll see these efforts ramping up across particularly the United States, but elsewhere, that are critical of Arabs in the United States and in the West, Islam in the United States and in the West. And we're going to explain it in a way that makes perfect sense, that doesn't require contradiction, endless contradiction. So we'll continue with this. But unlike white people, which are categorized, if not domestic terrorists, essentially the same thing, and tools opened up to law enforcement that otherwise would not be available to them when persecuting and prosecuting white people.
Really a question better left to law enforcement. I'm not aware that there's been such a characterization of that.
Okay, the FBI director said today, the ongoing war in the Middle East has raised the threat of an attack against Americans in the United States to a whole nother level. Has the White House considered the possibility that a terrorist could be in the country right now after crossing the southern border?
Peter, we are always concerned about the potential presence on U.S. soil of terrorists.
And you're of course seeing now this ramping up of concern for effectively Arabs in the West, and we'll show you how and why.
Coming from overseas, that's something we're always worried about.
But there was this bulletin last week. The CBP in San Diego said militants associated with the Israel-Hamas war may be potentially encountered at the southwest
You're talking
border.
about San Diego.
Yeah. And is there any heartburn around it? 600,000 known gotaways just in the last fiscal year.
Yeah.
Is there any heartburn about leaving the border in such a condition that one of those 600,000 could be a terrorist?
So let me just break this down.
Now, here's the thing that is another thing worth pointing out that's extremely despicable: demonstration of anti-whiteism. Fox News has no problem identifying race. You've been seeing them do this since this terrorist attack on Israel by Hamas. They have no problem identifying the race of the victim unless it's white people. So they have no problem identifying the race, if you want to call them an ethnicity, if you want to call them a people, whatever it is, for Jews in general. Just for the moment, we'll call them a race. They have no problem identifying the race of the victim. It's not because Jews control the world. It's because they're non-white. The only group under the psychological warfare of anti-whiteism that can't be identified as the victims of collective attack is white people. Collective victimization is white people.
Down for you just a little bit here. First of all, I can't speak to this intelligence report that was leaked to the media. I wouldn't do that. I can tell you that we are constantly monitoring as best we can all ports of entry to the country for the potential arrival of anybody who might wish us harm. And one of the things that the president asked for in this supplemental was additional funding for border security, for like 1,500 more border patrol agents and better technology at the border. I mean, so again, we would urge Congress to take a look at that supplemental request and pass it. But if the general gist of your question is, are we taking the potential threat seriously? Of course we are.
The general gist was, is it possible that somebody who wants to commit a terrorist attack during a time of elevated threat crossed the southern border into the United States already?
I couldn't possibly answer that question, Peter. All I can do is tell.
So now, and it's so perfectly laid out for this side of the spectrum, where in the white sympathetic sphere, you have us in the middle representing white people, white well-being, our victimization, fighting to put an end to that. On the other side, you have white people who worship Jewish people, and that's primarily Fox viewership. And then on the other side, you have people who irrationally fixated on being a shadow and following around Jews, to hate them and everyone born Jewish for all eternity. So you can see how the argumentation is presented here. Now it's a concern. Now it's a concern, a genuine concern for Fox News, that Jews might get harmed, that Jews might be. And of course, why is this? The same holds true for any non-white group. It's because Jews are non-white. That's why. When you have a conflict in a Western country today between two different non-white groups, and I tweeted about this the other day, and I may or may not get a little bit deeper into this aspect of it, but as anti-whiteism across the West, its complexion becomes increasingly dark in color, Those on the lighter end of the spectrum, even in this case, a non-white group, Jews, are sorted by the darker anti-whites increasingly with white people, and therefore there's an expectation for self-effacement, self-abashment, etc., deferential behavior, capitulation, etc. We're going to go from Fox to Fox to Vox. And then I will give you my thoughts on what's actually taking place and how the conflict is revealing that we're right about J-sperging and all of these others out there are wrong. The boycott movement against Israel explained. McDonald's and Starbucks are among the targets of the non-violent but controversial global protest. This just came out, and there you have a Free Palestine, boycott Israel. Now, what you'll see on the spectrum when it comes to anti-whites is conflicts between or among non-white countries. The anti-whites in the West are going to support the darker, the more, I wouldn't say more non-whites, all non-white, but the more melanated, maybe, they will side with that group. And it's a consequence of the growing power of anti-whites in Western civilization. And you can even see now those who, with the implicits, at least, white sympathetics, at least they're only implicitly white sympathetic. So it's not as I guess egregious as it is for the explicit white sympathetic, because it really shows the lie of their concern, of really what they're after, when they end up wading into this conflict on behalf of, in this case, Palestinians, rather than the concerns of white people. An unprecedented attack on Israel by Hamas this month and the resulting escalating siege of Gaza has thrust the movement to boycott, divest from, and sanction Israel, called BDS for short, into the spotlight again, as some wonder what they might be able to do to encourage a ceasefire and help Palestinians facing a looming ground invasion of the crowded Gaza Strip. And of course, that started. This was published 2 days ago. Just last year, a Pew survey found that some 84% of Americans had little to no awareness of the roughly 2-decade-old campaign, now on social media sites such as X and TikTok, using the hashtags BDS movement. People are naming brands with ties to Israel and calling for boycotts. McDonald's is being targeted after a location in Israel offered free food for the Israeli military, as are other global fast food chains such as Domino's Pizza and Burger King. Some are boycotting Starbucks after the company sued its labor union this month over a union social media account posting support for Palestinians. Meanwhile, demonstrations organized by local BDS-affiliated groups are taking place around the world. The renewed attention on BDS comes at a pivotal time for American public sentiment on Israel and Palestine. Here's what to know about the controversial boycott. Well, all you need to know is that if the boycott were against whites, if it were specifically targeting an expression of Western civilization, the totality of the media, the universities, etc., would be for it. The conflict between different or among different non-white groups within the anti-white spectra, if you will, does not benefit us. And this is what I've been trying to explain for many years. Many in the white sympathetic sphere like to say that it's beneficial to us, and they go out and take a side. Well, They demonstrate how it is weakness and harmful to us. White people become nothing more than automaton, cogs, gears in the machines of war and conflict, in these conflicts between identifiable peoples, which the white race is not. That is our biggest problem, is that we do not identify our individual well-being by way of our group well-being. And that is the hallmark of a people. Now, every single member of other races and etc. Do not all think the exact same way. They are not in lockstep, but a sizable percentage of the non-white groups do this wonderfully noble thing that white people condemn all the time, which is absolutely asinine. And that is, they identify and work for individual well-being by way of group well-being. When I see a percentage of the overall Jewish community go insane when somebody slanders Jews, the slightest slander, when I see them move right into action, I guess I should say, not insane. When I see them move right into action from all these different places, I think magnificent. That's what I think. That is what white people have to do. That is how white people have to behave. We need a bond so tight and an understanding of individual well-being by way of group well-being that motivates white people on the other side of earth to get involved in the slandering of white people on this side of earth. That's what we need. When we begin to even approximate that slightly, we have our destiny in our hands in a heartbeat. So when you see other groups do this, when you see Hispanics specifically, well, Hispanics in general in the United States disparaged for any number of reasons, it might be crime rates or whatever it might be. And then the Mexican president and groups, private groups, organized groups of Mexicans speak out with outrage, even though only a portion of those criticized as Hispanic or could be Mexican. When you see them speak out like that, I think magnificent. That is what the white race has to be able to do. Stop criticizing this behavior. Stop hating this behavior. It is the exact thing that we have to do. And you will never get there. We will never get there if we continue to condemn that which will liberate us and break our chains. It goes even further. The J-spergs, and this is the last thing I'll say on it, the J-spergs want you to believe that anti-whiteism is Jewish people. That if there aren't Jewish people, there isn't any anti-whiteism. It's there because of Jewish people. Jewish people just, they argue, it just comes through their pores. It's just the natural thing that they do. They have all of these words, and I know them all. I've seen all the arguments, and I've now proven them all wrong, as we're going to do here again in just a moment. They use these words that it's just like they are the fill in the blank of the disease on the body politic. They are the fill in the type of life form on planet Earth that likes to live off of other life forms. It's just endless. It's just their instinct. It's just their spirit. It's just their etc. It's just their natural desire to destroy. These are the arguments that they make. And they make these arguments from this, and it's really irksome, and it's puzzling to somebody with a brain like mine that has to put it into a frame, brain in a frame. It's puzzling when I look down at these cockroaches coming to these conclusions, because they'll discuss these matters as though they sit on a spacecraft looking down on planet Earth. It is this bizarre desire to make everything into an abstraction, and that somehow, if we abstractionize enough, it becomes legitimate. It becomes right. it becomes moral or ethical when the opposite is the case. Morality and ethics and etc. don't exist in the universe. They exist where we exist. Do you understand? There's no morality on the moon. There's no morality on the moon. I guess that should be a bumper sticker. It exists where we exist and where we assert it as ours, an expression of our biospirit. That's where it exists. An animal, viewing its displacement, viewing its eradication, viewing its victimization from a 70,000-foot view, is diseased and is not long for this world. We have to discuss things from the position of our victimization. I wish I had the video pulled up. Maybe I'll show it on Sunday. It's in Texas, the state government, where there is a Hispanic legislator, and he's dropping the F-bombs left and right, and he's shouting at white guys in the state legislature in Texas. What's he saying? Is he talking about abstractions? Is he talking the real threat? Is it abstractions? Is he talking about like some obscure right of peoples on planet Earth, and therefore? No. He's saying, my people. You are harming my people. We are here to take. You will not limit our taking. You will not limit our changing. That is a nightmare for any Halloween. And it's something that I observed in friends of mine growing up. I observed from other lands. I observed this mindset. And I saw a dearth of it in Westmen around me. A dearth of it in my white peers. And unfortunately, a complete lack of it from the content creators and organization leaders across the white sympathetic sphere. For White Wellbeing says, quite dashing, sir. Thank you for that. He's got a great aesthetic, a great eye, I tell you this. Just Say No says, did you hear about the J-sperg in Nevada? Tag me again and give me some information. I have not heard about the J-sperg in Nevada yet. So, my formula, our formula with the Go Free method works all the time. There aren't ever contradictions. There aren't exceptions to our formula. There are many contradictions and exceptions to the formula of the J-spergs all the time. And here's one of them. Suddenly we see that Jews, not all Jews, a percentage of people who consider themselves Jewish are speaking out against and moving the levers that they are able to move with the power that any individual Jewish person wields. So this, to be specific, a percentage of the totality of Jewish people I perceive to do something very noble, work for their individual well-being by way of their group's well-being. A percentage of that percentage, I perceive, rightly or wrongly, are taking steps against, we might even just say, might even go so far as to say, Arabic voices and those who side with Arabic voices in the West, to limit their voices, to limit their participation in various ways, and to refocus attention on the border and the threat of such people entering the country and Western countries in general, not just the United States. But how could this be? I thought, according to the J-spergs, that all Jewish people are anti-white. They are anti-whiteism. I mean, I've been told that 10,000 times by these half-wit tards. They all, and that's the only group that's worth talking about. And when they're born, they're anti-white. Every single one of them, they tell me. So how could it be? Because we know that if we turn the West into the Middle East with Arabic people, that's not good for white people. That's not good for what we created, in my opinion. I am a Westman. I want to live in Western civilization, what my people create. I want to see the reflection of Western civilization every goddamn place I go in the West. I don't want there to be exceptions. I don't want there to be a single exception. Every street, every town, every city, etc. Ours reflects us. And if people don't like that, then they are welcome to get the fuck out. That's my opinion. So, assuredly, bringing in Arabic people into Europe, the United States, and Canada, and the rest of the Western countries is an anti-white thing, which, if all of the Jews are anti-whiteism, they would still be for. Why are they not increasingly, some of them, a percentage? Why is a percentage of them arguing against this? A percentage of them arguing for the limiting of voices, like this doxing truck that's driving around and revealing those who are signing on to a letter about Palestine and etc. Limiting their voices, the way that our voices are limited, the way that my voice is limited. Why aren't they just allowing them to continue? Because Jews are not anti-whiteism. According to our formula, in service to white well-being, as I previously stated, there are percentages of non-white groups that do something noble that the white race seems to not be capable of doing, regrettably, and that is that they work for their individual well-being by way of the group well-being. Once again, I am proven right. These particular people who are Jewish, who have made the decision that Arabic voices and immigration to Western countries is now a problem, these particular individuals that think that way are doing this glorious thing for their people. They have concluded that for their individual well-being, by way of their group's well-being, Arabic voices in the West have to be silenced. Arabic immigration to Europe and the US and the rest of the West has to be perhaps reviewed, has to be perhaps addressed. Arabic countries might have to be punished because they believe that's the best thing to do, these individuals, for their people and therefore themselves. I submit to you again, being right all the time feels so good. If white people were a people and we lived in the West and prohibited any expression of anti-whiteism, the exact same Jewish people behaving in the exact same way, the individuals I'm talking about here, those exact same individuals could live in the West and being anti-white would not be good for their people and therefore not good for themselves because white people wouldn't allow it. Does it make sense now? Proven right on a spectacular intercontinental level once again. that the problem of anti-whiteism is with the white race. Who creates anti-whiteism? Who permits anti-whiteism? Who participates in anti-whiteism? Everyone of every race. Everyone of every race creates, participates in, observes, allows, acknowledges, permits everyone anti-whiteism. That's why it will continue to be a problem whether Jewish people live in the West or not, which is the exact reason why, even in all of those cases that European countries expel Jews, those countries of ours ended up with individuals in charge that were selfish individualists pursuing their selfish objectives at the expense of our populations, and in so doing, eventually allowed Jewish people back into all of those countries. The sickness wasn't gone. And the reason why is because the sickness is in us. We have to address anti-whiteism. We have to cure it in ourselves. When we cure it in ourselves, when we as Westmen, men, women, and children, pursue individual well-being by way of our group's well-being, anti-whiteism ceases to exist in every group. And from there forward, prosper like the white race has not since our inception. Once again, proven 100% right. Feel free, if you are part of the Team White Wellbeing, to give a big "you're welcome" to the world. Right now, you see these other content creators, they're out there trying their damnedest with these ridiculous explanations to explain how what's happening now works with their view of the world, and it simply doesn't. It simply makes no sense. And making arguments that and this is the craziest thing, and I've addressed this many times with you all before, but you have these people make these arguments. For example, if there is war in the Middle East, then our Western countries are harmed in various ways. Immigration from these war-torn places, the theft of our intellectual assets, military resources, certainly the economy, which means our industry, our work. When they give a bunch of money away, when they give billions away, I want you to know that the labor is on you. You have to continue laboring. If we had, for example, in the United States, a government that was white positive, that served the people who create the West, the people who create America, you would work like half the year. Do you all not comprehend this? You would only have to work like half of the fucking year. And the rest of the year would be luxury, would be time to do what you wanted. How would you like to have, in all cases? But you work as hard as you do, as long as you do, missing out on recitals and practices and on and on and on. And it just keeps getting heavier and heavier, the load, more onerous, more onerous, more onerous. Because this government and all the other governments of the West spend your labor hand over fist on anti-whiteism, on making the diversity work, on foreign interventionism and wars that are totally unnecessary and don't benefit us whatsoever. It's your labor at the end of a bayonet that continues to magnify, multiply. And if you can't understand it, just like you can't understand everything else in the world, you just have to take experts' opinion on things. Now is one of those times. But yeah, saying that, so because of that, because war in the Middle East is going to be problematic for us in our Western countries in these various ways, you, common laborer, attorney, housewife, whatever you are, you have to be for peace by way of supporting one of the sides in this international conflict. And this is mind-numbing to me. At what tier is such recommendations aimed? To what effect? Why not tell these things to first graders? You'll have as much of an impact on the recapture of our destiny by telling it to first graders. The housewife, the attorney, the common laborer, whatever it is, they don't have power to do anything with those findings. And even in most cases, you head on up the tiers of power all the way up to the federal government, and there are other considerations. The interplay of power between parties or among parties and other things like that need to be considered, along with personalities and etc., particular political personalities, etc. The complexity of human dynamism is so profound, and you have these self-proclaimed, self-aggrandizing, self-enriching content creators and organization leaders feigning to sit back and make an abstraction of the world and then tell ants, ladybugs, that they need to hold certain opinions on things that are as alien to them as a nuclear reactor to a moth outside of the reactor, as beyond them as a moth outside the reactor. So now you don't need to have an exception. Oh, here's another exception to the rule. Here's another exception to the rule. You don't need that anymore. You use the Go Free method. You improve yourself physically, mentally, and spiritually by way of the concepts you use, because those concepts are engineered to put you into a story that benefits you, and therefore us, and therefore you. Again, it's working. It's happening for everybody here. So you need only implement it in your world. I'll have a look at what you all are saying, and then we'll get on to this funny American Academy of Pediatrics. We got a video, a little video. Cover up your front holes. White Wolf is here. Lavish is here. Great to see you. Audrey, hello and welcome. Janice, hello, hello. What is this? Is that a numeral 3? Something inification? It's blurry, my friend. It's blurry. I am sorry. Hyperborean Dream is here. Okay, so Franklin's helping somebody out. Jake helping somebody out, asking to elaborate so that I could see the comment. How are you all doing on this Halloween? What do you think about this demonstration yet again of the veracity and the correctness of this view of the world? Let me see if I can find that person. What do you all think of the decorations? No, it doesn't seem to be showing up. Peculiar. Who else do we have here? Sinkoi. JD says, will the hockey player in England that was murdered be a topic of conversation this evening? Yeah, I think I'll talk about him. Johnson was his name, right? Petgrave, I think, was the guy that murdered him. Yeah, I think I'll probably pull up that tweet. And if you have something to add on it, make sure you tag me. Lavish jumping in and says the abstraction I was referring to earlier, she says, is always aimed at white people, but never at tribalistic non-white people. Very true. Cactus is here. Hello and welcome. Olrak is with us. Welcome. JK160. Oh, he says, love the holiday scene. Thank you so much, good brother. Nathaniel Westerman is here. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Rory Herbert is here. Hello and happy Halloween to you. So what happened with this J-sperg in Nevada? Another ignorant harming of non-white people. Oh, these J-spergs, they get trapped. They get trapped. Sometimes I feel bad for them because I see like some of these folks I've seen come back. They sort of recur, and it's like decades of their life wasted on this, just complaining about non-white people. This bitching about non-white people. And, but obviously you have agency. And so you gotta take ownership of your thoughts. Is entropy working? It looks like it is. Sometimes we have problems with entropy. And, but it always works out in the end. And I can do this. I can get on the dashboard and just to make sure. Okay, it's good. It's working all right. Very good. We're going to be listening. It's very silly here in just a moment. I'm afraid I don't have any Halloween songs for you all. I sang a couple yesterday. That one I wanted to do, I wanted to learn, but I didn't have time. The Frank Sinatra Witchcraft song. I printed out the words, but it's one of those songs where he just makes it work. It's Frank Sinatra. He just makes it work because he's butter. He's like butter. He's butter. Maybe I'll try it. I don't know. We'll see. PFC is here. Monster Mash. I don't know the words to that one either, but it's great. Sing the Monster Mash. I'd have to look the words up. I know like the tune. See, that's the problem with the witch song, is that I don't really know the tune. I suppose I could fake it. E. Essington is here. He says Spooky is a great Halloween tune. Now that I haven't even heard of. Lunder says that's how Aussies say butter. That's like a Northeast thing. His voice is like butter. And it's all like their voices are all burnt up with cigarettes. It's like butter. Misty says, I want to live in that house in your closet. Okay. Wow. That's quite a place to want to live. I think I was staring at it a little bit, and I noticed every now and again, like right there, Did you just see through the windows? Some kind of a ghost thing is in there. I don't know. There it is again. I don't know if you look. I think it's dancing. They're probably listening to the Monster Mash. Yeah, in that window by the door. Trevor says, I think Jason is pretty cool. Thank you. I appreciate that. Cool and right. Yet again. I was driving down the road, which is an appropriate place to drive. And I was thinking about this reality that I shared with you all being right again. And I just was busting out laughing. I think other drivers thought I was on some kind of crystal meth or something. I was just laughing my ass off. To be surrounded by, we have this like glowing, gorgeous group of people in Team White Wellbeing that get it and actually make change in the world. And then around us, a sea of asininity. I mean, no shit. All of that went together in various ways. You should be impressed. Audrey says, I'm not a housekeeper, a veteran. I am white and going free. Amen to that. Just so you know, says, I was working in the lab. Oh, the lyrics. Oh my gosh, you can put all the lyrics up to that song. Maybe I'll try it. Let's have a look at I'm still here, Elaine says. I was starving with no white guilt. That's unusual, but it could happen. It can happen. We have various iterations of things that people can do with no white guilt, some of them unmentionable. But let's go ahead and let's pull up this young lady. You all might remember her. She's a new conservative, new-ish conservative content creator, and the conservative types love her. They love her. So, all right. Let's hear what she has to say, shall we? I guess I got to refresh, or let's listen. Let me know if you can hear her. Let me turn her up some. So remember, this is I believe the American Academy of Pediatrics recommendation.
Sorry to ruin your Monday, but last week, the American Academy of Pediatrics gave a presentation encouraging doctors to change the name of genitalia to make things more gender inclusive.
Gender inclusive. This is the hell that anti-whiteism has created for us.
Your young child. Instead of calling feminine or masculine genitalia according to their clinical medical names, which might be important in a doctor's office.
So I really appreciate here that this is medicine. This is a like legit American Academy of Pediatrics, whatever it is. This is not like, hey, check out this video on TikTok of this blue-haired anti-white female saying that these should be the new. No. This is the legit. This is the legit. Hold on, my phone did something. Medical community. So you'll be hearing this insanity.
They want to call your child's body parts innies or outies.
An innie or an outie? Doesn't that still distinguish between the two? But I think a lot of people are going to be getting confused. They're going to be thinking belly button. And maybe some of them growing up on all this soy, they are belly buttons. But I mean, that's another conversation.
vaginas are now front holes. I wish I was making this up. Like, this feels like a South Park episode, but they actually want to change the name clinically of a clitoris to a dicklet.
Where's the clitoris?
Or
Oh my
your
God.
breasts become
The breasts become chesticles.
chesticles. I'm sorry, these are not chesticles.
I am definitely using these when I go to the doctor next. My chesticles are getting big. Where do you think that's from? That's really disgusting. Look, and this guy actually wrote that there. The new word for clit, oh my God, is what they're recommending. That, of course, will be what acceptable today. And then they'll say, oh no, that's insulting. That's insulting. But I guess it'll be the equivalent, again, going back to all the soy that the mothers are having and the children are having and all of the other chemicals that are screwing up the youth, particularly the males.
As if that wasn't absurd enough, they actually recommended, presumably regardless of gender identity, that if any pediatrician has a patient who is menstruating, they recommend considering hormonal contraception, aka birth control, for children to stop their period, for period cessation, and for non-pharmacologic.
So when a girl begins to menstruate, do I have that right? They recommend stopping it from happening?
Treatment of gender dysphoria, they recommend very safe, minimal risk procedures like chest binding that has minimal side effects of rib or back pain or spinal deformity, restricted breathing, or even tucking, which has just the
Quasimodo. That's what we've renamed her. She used to be an upright girl, or it. She was an upright it. But then we started doing the chest binding and we started giving them all those fancy drugs from the pharmacy, and now she's Quasimodo.
slight minimal risk of infertility for your son. These are the
Wow.
people treating, allegedly, your children. We are a joke, America.
What do you think of that? Your chesticles and dicklet and front hole? Oh my God. This is what anti-whiteism does. This is what it does. It is, why does it do this? We know that the conservative types, you see right there, she's a conservative content creator with shit tons of followers, some dollars behind her. What is it? You saw the slap to the head. Oh, it doesn't make sense. Conservatives been doing that for generations. Oh, it doesn't make sense. You might as well, I mean, when we think about the conservative leadership and the content creation, we might as well just think of it as the duh party, the TARD group. Because every conclusion is they don't make sense. Well, it makes perfect sense to those who have the capacity to understand. Medical terms like penis and vagina, the specificity with which we approach all things, we as in the white West, approach all things, is part of our biospirit. It's natural for us to want to do this. It's natural for us to do this. More importantly, it's in keeping with strategies that bring us from suboptimal scenarios to optimal scenarios, or at least as close as we can come to optimal. One of those strategies is called the scientific method. Thank you, bacon. Both you and the bacon I eat. I love you both. This is who we are. Anti-whiteism is an attack on who we are and a desire to invert it. And so that's how you end up with this sort of insanity. It's as predictable as the rising of the sun. Happy Halloween. Lunder says, I want to live in your closet, Jason. wear me like you wear your Slytherin suit. Cactus Jack says it's a sickness. It really is. Yeah, I mean, anti-whiteism in the minds of white people. It's obviously it's this attack on self, and as I say, prominent when there were no non-white people in any of our countries, when we disparaged our brothers and sisters on the other side of an imaginary line. So it's something we have to address. It's like there was a moment in time, and I talk about it at the beginning of Go Free, or is it at the beginning of Go Free? Or no, Born Guilty. And I say that at some point we were a single people in history. And it was from that point, like the sin of selfish individualism, petty chieftains using followers to enrich and empower themselves, and we broke into pieces, and it's been sickness ever since. And all that we have done in the world has been in spite of that illness. But now that illness is taking us down, and that's why we have to address it in serious force. There are always going to be people of the white race and outside the white race who are going to see an advantage in manipulating us by way of anti-whiteism in its various iterations throughout time. So by addressing our weakness here for anti-white ideas, by addressing that, we prevent that from being done to us. You're not going to get rid of any other groups of people. You're not, and as you can see, even when you can kick a group of people out, they just come right back in. It's not because they wield some sort of divine power or demonic power, however you want to put it. It's because selfish, individualistic white people brought them in to enrich themselves, to empower themselves. It's the only way it can be fixed. We are ahead of our time, but the time has come. We have to make it happen. We'll pull up the article here. There's actually an article about this. I thought it had to be BS. Character Matters is here. Hello and welcome. Let all your friends know that we're having a delicious Halloween roll-in tonight, and that they should jump on board and figure out how to change the world. But I thought this had to be Bravo Sierra. So I looked up. I was like, who gave this girl this bullshit story? And she just read it. She just went for it. But no, it's an actual story. Unless I'm going to be corrected, we'll just let the people at YouTube decide one way or the other. Prominent doctor at the American Academy of Pediatrics proposes renaming penises outies, vaginas front holes, and clitorises dicklets. God, could you imagine being able to mock the girls for having dicklets? You don't have a full one. Yeah, that'll get changed real quick. So Dr. Shearer, pediatrician from what a place other than California, who provides transgender care. Top pediatrician has got, it's a top pediatrician. Pediatrician has called for child doctors. Who wrote this? Is that what we're calling them now? Child doctors? To start calling the vagina a front hole. Man, I don't know about y'all, but the the name front hole kind of like turns off the whole thing for me. I'm just like, I don't want any part of your front hole. If you got a front hole, you have an injury and you need to seek medical attention as soon as possible. That's my front hole. Sick. Could they make it any uglier? My God. I mean, this is going to it's going to revolutionize the whole like porn industry. Get your hot front hole content. No, thank you. Oh, God. In Dublin, California, gave the good people that are left in California, they have to go and take the state back. That's what needs to happen. Gave a presentation Sunday at the National Conference of the American Academy of Pediatrics and called for more gender-neutral terminology for body parts. Her proposals given during a workshop entitled Discussing Gender and Sexuality. She needs to have her license pulled, and it needs to be brought up on charges of child abuse, in my genuine opinion. That's what needs to happen to her. We can just put a cork in her front hole, and I'll leave it up to her to try to figure out which one that is. What? Okay, she's got a couple recommendations for vagina. Front hole, T, penis, and innie. And she legitimately just proposed calling breasts chesticles. I am absolutely using this on my doctor. Dr. Shearer recommended pediatricians, and then, my God, you got to be shitting me. Call the penis, you already heard outie, but also junk. I mean, that's when you know that things are going right. When the doctors are like, I have an idea. Let's use the ghetto slang for genitals now. Let's just use that. It's the exact opposite of what white people would suggest. Let's just call it junk. Strapless? Is that some sort of like ghetto slang for penis that I've strapless? What in the absolute? Or bits? Bits is comedy for genitals. It's like naughty bits. That's comedy. Who's going to go to the doctor and say, my bits? Oh, and it's got like a little diagram. Did she make that? Holy God. You see how dumb things have gotten in the West now? Oh my gosh. I used to make a joke with siblings. It's not going to make any sense to you unless you played football, American football, maybe any sports, team sports. But I used to have this joke. We used to roll thinking about how funny this would be because of how coaches and training staff would react, teammates would react. But after a play, to stay down on the ground, say like you carried the ball and you were tackled, stay down on the ground and be rolling back and forth in apparent agony. And then as the coaches and the referees and the training staff and other players congregate around you, to begin yelling that you broke your artichoke. My God, I've broken my artichoke. And not be grabbing like any particular place on the body, like just grabbing at the grass. And then as they're trying to ascertain what in God's name is an artichoke, then just suddenly stop screaming and become still and then say, well, no, actually, I think it's fine. I think I'm okay. And get up and walk off. Oh my gosh. I have a couple coaches that would have been livid, but that's what made it funny. How to ask teens about sex. Did your bits get dirty? Are you throttling your bits? Have you choked your bits yet lately? Are you choking your bits? Peter, are you choking your bits? Have you choked your bits off? Stop choking your bits. Tina, have you plugged your innie? That sounds like a new planet in the solar system. Urini. Open-ended questions about how you would describe your sexuality. How would you describe your sexuality? Allow flexibility? No, that's not what happens in the West. No assumptions. And then how to ask about sexual orientation. Are you in an intimate relationship? Could you imagine saying this to a child? Are you in an intimate relationship? Here, let me finish. This is how you tie your shoes. Are you in an intimate relationship? Well, I mean, talking about this, you have this woman in, where was it? Social worker. Yet again, another woman molesting, I think, a 12 or 13-year-old boy, social worker, like 25 years of age. Once again, and it's so clear to everybody in the West, females are focused on pretty boys. That's where all their attention goes. And then it's like, well, I guess I'll have that this weekend because they're whores. Maybe it's a couple tier, but they focus their attention. And then when they get the opportunity to get at actual boys, they take the opportunity again and again. And one of the big problems is that guys, when we are around that age, I mean, not Zoomers, because something's wrong with them. But before Zoomers, guys would look at a teacher, if she were decent, and think, I could probably. And then when they grow up, they're idiots. And they see a male child get molested. And they go back in time and they think, wow, if that could have happened to me, I don't know. That might have not been bad. No, it is horrific. It is a destruction of the order of Western civilization. It is seriously damaging to the mind of a child. It is every bit as bad when it's a little boy as it is when it's a little girl at the hands of males or females. Pedophiles, they often get the outcome that they deserve, but increasingly they're protected from outcomes. All right, that's just summing up again. Dr. Shearer is a general pediatrician at Palo Alto Medical Foundation, Sutter Health. She is board certified, of course she is, by the AAP, an organization to advance child health and well-being. This sounds like well-being. As well as the profession of pediatrics, and serves on the organization's executive committee. Of course she does. She's an anti-white female. Why wouldn't she? So others in the medical community calling for gender-neutral body terminology. This reminds me, just as an aside, oh, there she is. There's Dr. Shearer. Tell me that she does not look like a clown with the makeup missing. This is a clown. This is Barnum and Bailey. Dr. Shearer, we have a new name for doctors like yourself. It's called tard. You are tard clowns. We have an interesting person has entered the facility. Art Acrobat is here. Great to see you. Kinu, hello and welcome. Someone is saying, let me see if I can find this person. Samuski says he's cracking up over here. He's cracking up over here. Over here. Trip and Sip has a name for the vagina, axe wound. Am I right? Was that what you were? I hope so. Let me see if I can find this person, if this person will come up. I was going to address, perhaps, Franklin, if you can see those comments still, because I can't see them, maybe you could copy and paste it and tag me. Franklin said, a front to front hole. Front crack, says Hyperborean Dream. Did you squash your bits, Billy? Are they squashed? All your bits? Oh, that reminds me of a comedian years ago talking about, he's from, this was a long time, quite a little while back, and he was older than me. And I think it was Philadelphia, but I could be wrong because Philadelphia's been bad for a long time, but it might have been like an Italian part of, like Italian immigrants and descended Philadelphia that they kept okay for a while. And he said all the time he can't stand going back because they're so dumb. He's just making jokes, right? He's like, they're so dumb, I can't go back because every time I go back, he says, then he did the impersonation of one of the guys there, and he's like, Tony, where you been? You wouldn't even believe what happened. I was riding my motorcycle and I wrecked and I cut my leg and it was 6 inches from my Bobolini. And then it just got further and further away. He's like, a car blew up 6 blocks away from my Bobolini. Maybe we need to make a recommendation. Spike says, I'm enjoying the night, but I don't even celebrate Halloween. Well, thank you, Rapunzel, for letting me know about this person, but I can't find them. Maybe the search is not working. Sometimes YouTube takes tools away from me. Ash is here. Hello to you. Trip and Sip. What's going on? The main vein. The main vein. That works too. Lunder says he votes for it to be called Software and Hardware Nerds Unite. That's hilarious. That's what I searched, but nothing came up. Like, I guess the search is just not going to work. Oh, well. A zucchini. Yeah. Who out there is going to use some of these new terms when they go to their doctor next? That would be great with like an older person, maybe a senior. I understand the new word is dicklet. My wife is having a problem with her dicklet. We have a screenshot. Let me see what this. My Audi is owie. Your what, sir? My Audi is owie. Can I get something for the owie of my Audi? Oh. Were you sexually active with a modern woman? All right. Okay, apparently this person said my comment, which was a reasonable point, has been deleted. This confirms my suspicion that this guy is on a payroll. He is anti-white. Loser. Loser. Take your dicklet and head for the door. A loser. It confirms my suspicion. My 82 IQ points pumping away. Drinking apple cider with no white guilt. Cheers. I'm drinking blood. Blood. Lame. How lame. That's like the big argument. The J-spergs, they whip up. They're like, quick, we got to think of something. He just made us look really dumb again. What can we do? What can we say? Could you imagine all of them getting together with their dicklets? And they're like, okay, we've got to come up with something big here. He's a Jew. We did that yesterday. Paid by them. Okay, let's go with that. Because they need me. Oh my God. Oh. To a contest of wits, and my opponents are unarmed. That's what it's been like all these years, my friends. A bunch of dicklets. A bunch of any males. Blood, yes. Okay. I guess he's not writing anymore. I guess he's decided not to. E. Essington, great to see you. You're here. I wonder what the great point was that he made. Okay. Roger is here as well. I should get my sword. I should get my sword very soon. Maybe that should be the name. I kind of like that. Broadsword. Yes. You have to check my broadsword. I can tell y'all a story that's real. That's true. That I did. Because I'm me. I could tell you. It's kind of associated with that. Maybe I should. Franklin said, hoping Cool Papa J Magic gets better with no white guilt. Well, let's hope that he does. Let's send some positive energy and some prayers to Cool Papa J Magic. I don't know is it the shoulder? Please, please, please get better. Or Us is here. Hello. Spike says, you're killing modern day comedians right now. It's so sad that we lost good comedy lately. I know. It used to be funny stuff, but I mean, just 20 years ago, there used to be some really good jokes, some really good stand-up comedians. They could imagine how good they would be if we didn't have any anti-whiteism. I mean, even 40 years ago, you can even go back to the Johnny Carson show and find anti-whiteism getting in the way. You know what I loved is I saw a Johnny Carson episode, and there was a couple people on the panel, and I can't remember who they were. There was like a Jewish guy, there was a black guy, and then Ed McMahon. And so I don't know if it was, maybe there was an Italian descended guy there as well. And Ed McMahon is Irish descended, I think, mainly. Anyhow, one of them said, perhaps you know the episode I'm talking about. One of them said, boy, this is really the picture of America. Here you have a black guy, a Jewish guy, an Italian guy, an Irish guy. And then he turns around to Johnny Carson and he says, and I think he was being sincere. He's like, well, what are you? What's your background? What are you? And then he started to say something about Midwestern. And Johnny Carson said, American. I was just like, badass. Badass. White people, we built America. That's what I am proud of it. American. Man, that should go down like for all time. Johnny Carson, that moment. American. Okay. Oh, Keanu, it's been going on long before World War II. But what you're talking about is what you perceive as the anti-whiteism of the day as far back in time as you've been able to find it. But it's been on for a long time. That's where like the exact moment it started or whatever. These are the kind of conversations. I'm not saying you're doing this either. Keanu is awesome. I'm saying, though, that I have sat through endless discussions about like who does it, when it started, and all this other kind of doom documenting, doom dissecting stuff. And it's all to no avail. It's all to no use. It doesn't benefit us in any way. We got to address the weakness in ourselves, which is what we do with the Go Free method. People wonder, how do you think this Go Free method, just these concepts are gonna change anything? The exact same way anti-whiteism works. The exact same way. Concepts put you in a story. That story can be beneficial or harmful to you. Anti-white narrative is harmful to us. Use different concepts. It puts us into a different story. There's added power there in that they have to propagandize us. So that means they got to speak in the language that we use. And if we give them concepts to use that benefit us and harm them, oh my God, then you finally realize we do have power, even though we don't print the money. We don't order the guns and tanks around. You realize we have the ultimate power. We just have to be willing to communicate it and engage in it. Maybe it was even Sinatra who was on with Johnny Carson. He was on with Johnny Carson often, wasn't he? Helio Zabed is here. Helio Zabed. Great to see you, brother. Machiavelli Sucks has shown up on this Halloween. What are we going to look at next? The anti-white black man violently attacking, and we can bring up that murder on the ice as well. Then we'll get onto this Ed Brodow, I think is what his name is, and his book is War on Whites. That interview, because there's going to be some learning there to do. So we'll bring that up. Let's see. Yes, here we go. We have found on this Halloween night the story in question, and you will learn many things. The first will be white erasure. You'll see why in a moment. Gotta love the title here. Guy regrets sucker punching random strangers. You mean white people? Was it only white people? Was it two white guys, older white guys that he sucker punched, that he attempted to kill with a punch, which happens all the time. People one punch and they die. Oh God, Frank Sinatra. I don't know if I can channel you, my friend. Let me look at the words. So I got to get this. I got to get the tune in my head though. Damn. E. Essington saying the J refers to Jewish people in J-sperg. I guess that's what you're talking about. Yes, the people who cannot stop hating on Jewish people, being just a belly aching about them endlessly, demonstrating that they are selfish individualists. Oh, maybe I should tell you the story. So and we'll get onto this story. I was in the armed forces, and at one point, and I had to go for these different evaluations. And of course, one of those evaluations was for like my health, bodily integrity. And because I was aimed at a specific part of the armed forces, I did not want the government to know that I had a surgery on my lower abdomen. And because I did not know what they might just say, oh, no, you don't get to do this anymore because of that. And I didn't want anything getting in the way of my efforts and me making it or failing it based on my efforts. I didn't want anything getting that. I had a lifetime of being white getting in the way of everything. And I was trying to do my best. In fact, it was when I did the eye exam, I cheated on that too. I had 20/15 vision. And for the vast majority of my life, up to the last just couple years. And still, when I had the thing up, I could perfectly see. But as soon as the guy looked away, I just took it down. And I just read it. I wasn't taking any chances. That's how serious I was. So I didn't know what I was going to do when this physician was going to be examining me naked, how I was going to conceal the scar. Not terribly visible. I scar pretty well, but he was going to be close. Well, he or she, it ended up being a he, was going to be close, very close. And so certainly would be able to see. And if it wasn't on the record, he or she would have said, wait a second, what's this? What happened there? And that wouldn't be good. So I get in there and he's talk about typical service doctor, couldn't have cared less. And just trying to get through the day. I mean, how many Audis do you want to look at in a day? How many Audis do you really want to see in a day? I guess it depends on what you like, but I would imagine either way that would become boring. And so he's like, he was on, couldn't have been worse. He was sitting on this stool that was like right on the floor, sitting lower than I'm sitting. And he was going to be like eye to eye if I had to stand up. And of course, he says, stand up. I still had not figured out what I was going to do. And so I decided to just be as audacious as I could. And so I just stood up totally naked. And I put my hands on my hips like Superman. I seriously stood there naked and I went like this. And I knew, roughly where that scar was. So I used my middle finger to cover that scar. And I went like this. And I saw in my peripheral vision, this doctor literally do like, you got to be shitting me. What the fuck are you doing? This isn't like Chippendale's hour. What the fuck are you posing? Oh my God. But hey, when you got it, flaunt it. That's what they say, right? If you got it, flaunt it. And he actually did like one of these, Jesus. And didn't see the scar. Only for Halloween would I tell that. Lunder said, gotta love some Jason lore. That's funny. Yep. Absolutely stood like that. And he was like, all right, you're done. You can put your gown back on. You don't need to stand like that, sir. It's making me uncomfortable. Oh boy. All right, so let's talk about this. Oh boy. Yep, that was my close moment. Spike said had a hernia before his Navy physical. Was it repaired? Fine, no problems. Al Heindel is here. Those fingers in my hair, that sly come hither stare, that strips my conscience bare, it's witchcraft. And I've got no defense for it, the heat is too intense for it, what good would common sense for it do? 'Cause it's witchcraft. Just imagine Sinatra, wicked witchcraft. And although I know it's strictly taboo, when you arouse the need in me, my heart says yes indeed in me. Proceed with what you're leading me to. It's such an ancient pitch, but one I wouldn't switch, 'cause there's no nicer witch than you. I don't know exactly how it goes, so it's something like that. Could you remove your cape? Asked E. Essington. My friend, this is a tux and tails, or at least the tails part. Maybe it'll be front tail. Maybe that's what it'll be. I will get up and I will get my exifus so that we can have it. And of course, my front tail while we go through the next item. As you can see, white erased. There we go. We have it ready. Apropos for Halloween.
More about one of those social media pranks that
Look at
is
that.
hardly funny.
A 19-year-old runs up on.
He's referring to this as a prank. It's just one of those social media pranks. Now, it doesn't, irrespective of what the intent was of this anti-white monster hunting white people. You notice they always do this. Back when they anti-whites were out attacking white people, the media decided to call it a game. They came up with this verbiage of calling it a game. And then you have all these white people in the white sympathetic sphere also referring to it as a game. Remember, the concepts you use, the words you use, determine the story you're in, and that's going to be either beneficial or harmful.
On two unsuspecting people and sucker punches them in the back of the head.
Yeah, this happened in Cyprus, and the video, of course, getting...
Now, is this not your news channel too? The America is clearly 80% black. Talk about the opportunities for black people. They just absolutely abound everywhere you go. And you still have, because it's anti-whiteism, it will never end. It will never end until we put an end to it by way of the concepts we use and therefore the story that we're in. You know, anybody who immediately thought, oh yeah, we're going to put an end to it, got my firearm, whatever. You're not going to do anything. You're a loser. I've talked with tons of you kind of people over the years, and many of you now are in old folks' homes or dead from old age. You don't do anything. You're not going to do anything. You couldn't take on the local Boy Scout troop, much less the United States of America. Grow up. So you notice here the total white erasure. So how does this happen? Black males, we've talked about this before, everywhere in society, and good for them to be able to, but the problem is that they are taking the place of white people. That's the problem. So you have, let's say 6% of the population are black males. A percentage of that are children too young to participate. A percentage of that is elderly, too young, or is not participating in the workforce in various ways. A percentage of that 6% also is ill, not able to participate. And a percentage are in prison, going in prison or coming out of prison, just like all the other groups of people. This isn't unique to black people. But now you realize, boy, there are not very many black people to be black males to be everywhere. So there has to be discrimination and persecution of someone. And who is it? Who are the only group that you can persecute? White people, and specifically white males. So we start off with the white erasure, and then they're referring to this assault. And we could, in a healthy Western civilization, tack on with the intent to kill, because there's no way that thinking that you're going to punch the hell out of some old man isn't going to result in maiming or death.
A lot of attention with hundreds of comments and reactions. Tonight, our Jason Miles found and talked to the young man.
Look, that's a wild roundhouse from like a 19-year-old on old men, back of their head. You talk about the vertebrae in the neck becoming frail, and the way they've been eating for their whole lives, and the muscles and the atrophy of the muscle and give me a break.
Man behind the stunt.
Jason, what was
the man behind the stunt? Let's talk about the man. How about the motherfucker behind the attempted murder? How about that? Because they wouldn't be referring to it as a stunt, as a prank. We all know this. If it were a white male doing it, and it's specifically targeting black elderly men, they wouldn't refer to that as a prank and a stunt.
was his response tonight?
Well, he's regretful. Honestly, I didn't expect him to answer the door, much less come out and talk. But tonight he says he regrets the behavior so many are now condemning online.
Not far,
He regrets it.
far from peaceful.
He should be made to seriously regret it.
Wortham Park, where he's accused of randomly punching strangers.
Do you regret it?
Yes, I do.
19-year-old Alfred Lewis spoke with me about how he feels about it now.
You know, I just made a mistake, and everybody makes mistakes.
19 years old. He just made a mistake. So, always educating. The thing to point out here is that he's clearly anti-white, not that he's black. Because if we lived in a country where our laws, our norms, our expectations for behavior had not been white erased and are not continuing to be white erased, he would have damn well known you're not going to go up and sucker punch old white guys because they will kill you. You will be executed because that's the way they handle the people of their own race. So you're not going to get kid gloves. He would have known. So it's not his race that's the problem. It's the anti-whiteism that's the problem. That's just an objective reality. But then you also have the objective, that's the most pertinent objective reality. You also have the objective reality of communicating the ideas that will bring us from a point of victimization to the recapture of our destiny, etc. The tangential and associated questions and deductions as well that are infinitely undermined and complicated by any other approach to what you're seeing here.
This is the video in question.
Could you imagine that? Could you imagine that? And I'm going to tell you what, the top of the back of the skull, I'm not talking about the very top of your head, the top where it comes out the most, that part of the skull is pretty thick for falling down. But as you get lower, very thin. In fact, there is a spot here, I'm not going to tell you how I know, that if you hit, it doesn't take much even. It doesn't take much pressure at all. And if you hit it, you can immediately knock the person out or so disorient them that they are practically knocked out. And it's very thin, the skull there. You imagine breaking that and shoving the skull up into the brain cavity. And imagine doing that on a senior citizen. This motherfucker should absolutely be tried for murder. Not, well, it was just a mistake. I'm 19. What do you expect? I'm only 19. Just like the other teenagers, one was black, one was Hispanic, that mowed down the police chief in California. They're just making mistakes. Well, these mistakes went in very quickly. If the courts, the system of justice, law enforcement hadn't been as white erased as they are. You know, the scary thing is that if it can get better this direction, as things get more white erased, it's going to get worse. What will you see 10 years from now? I just ran him through with a sword. It was a mistake. I just ran several white guys through with a sword for my prank. It was a mistake.
Shared with KHOU 11 via the Nextdoor app. In it, you can clearly see Lewis striking a man in the head from behind before he turns around in shock.
I know, like, from the video, all you see is, like, the bad part about it, but...
All you see is the bad part. No shit. What could be the good part?
What people didn't see was that I shook his hand after and how I had gave the man a hug.
Bullshit. I don't believe that. Let's see the video of that. And if that did happen, then it's because of a couple things. The white guy is severely injured, and he doesn't know if he's going to be attacked again, and he's looking for any sign of a diminishing of the hostilities. He's willing to capitulate to anything that he thinks at that moment will diminish the likelihood of further violence. Let's assuage this situation. That would be the only reason. No person in their right mind is going to be having a stroll down the boardwalk and have somebody come up from behind them and punch them in the lower part of the skull with a roundhouse and then be like, oh yeah, man, you got me good. Nobody's going to be like that. Give me a break.
That is something
Why is he not in jail? Why is he not being held in jail right now?
Cannot verify, nor can we confirm that another man seen in the video getting punched and grabbed later left on good terms, according to Lewis.
How many times did this savage anti-white monster hit the second guy, the second jogger?
I really didn't expect for it to just go so left, you know?
He didn't expect for it to go so left. He didn't expect for it. Well, maybe you're too fucking dumb to be part of American society. If that's really your position, I had no idea that this was going to go bad when I hit them as hard as I could in the back of the head where the skull joins the neck. No idea that would go bad. Fuck you. take this son of a bitch and try him for attempted murder.
Told Lewis that law enforcement is investigating the incident, something his mother and father were also aware of.
And your mom's probably disappointed.
Yeah, she is.
Who gives a fuck what his mother thinks? She obviously did a piss poor job.
Lewis said the harsh reaction to the video will make him rethink his behavior and hopefully be a lesson for others.
The harsh reaction, you see, white erasure. If he knew that the white man was going to implement our law and punishments on everyone, just as we do on white people, fellow white people in the world, if he knew that that was going to be visited on him, he would have not needed folks online to say, look at this. This is bestial behavior.
Before you go out and you do anything that you feel is bad or that could look bad, make sure like people know or just...
All right, they better try him. Before you do, what he's learned is, before you do something that is bad or be seen as bad or look bad, then, and now he's going to say, what, think it over? No consideration at all for the harm inflicted, the terror inflicted on these white guys, these two white guys, or these perceived white guys. Nothing whatsoever. No remorse. Just, if you got to think, you might get in trouble if you do, and it might be just a little bit of social approbation or punishment, but no. He's learned nothing.
Just don't do it at all.
And then look at this fool here. He's like shaking his head gravely. Yes, he's learned his lesson.
Probably good advice. And tonight I'm told.
Good advice? Good advice? This monster could barely formulate a sentence. And he just assaulted people that could have killed with those punches and terrorizing them. A 19-year-old, he was clearly fit. And they probably didn't know if there were going to be a bunch of, like the other videos that everybody sees where it's a bunch of black people descend on a white person. They were probably waiting for that to happen. And let me tell you, if you've never been in a stressful moment like that, it's easy to say, oh, they could just look around and not see anymore. No, that's not how the brain works. And this guy's like, good. That's probably good advice.
Told the Harris County Sheriff's Office Violent Crimes Division now taking the lead in this investigation, but they may need the cooperation of the complainants or the guys you saw in that video getting punched. Reporting live tonight, Jason Miles, KHOU 11 News.
A prank turned now potential crime. We'll see where this all goes next. Jason.
My God. So we also have this ancillary story of was it a Johnson murdered by a pet grave? Let's see if I can pull that up. And then we will be getting to the last item of our evening together, this Halloween evening. There I am. I'm live on Twitter. Hello, Twitter followers. Come and join us for the Halloween. The Halloween. All right. NHL player Adam Johnson, 29 years of age, died on live TV after Matt Petgrave slashed his throat with his skate. Let me pull that up. And all those sports ball people that are opposed to law being implemented everywhere, including this idea has got to stop, that for some reason the laws of the land don't apply in the sporting arena. Go to hell. Anybody saying that needs to be slapped right across the mouth, metaphorically speaking. All right. Petgrave has a history of bad behavior in the EIHL, including racking up the most penalty minutes in the 2022-23 season and getting booted out of games. The media quickly has declared it a total accident, but many viewers and expert hockey players are not convinced. You can see here, he's in red. He brings his leg up in a karate kick. And if you don't realize, the ice skates of hockey players are not quite razor sharp, but they are more than sharp enough to slash right through flesh. And you can't, I mean, like if you touch them, it's not going to lay you open like a razor blade, a finely honed razor blade. But if you smack it on the skin with any tiny bit of force, it'll open the flesh up. And here you have this mother piece of shit, this absolute bestial anti-white garbage, throw his skate up into the face and neck area of this player. And what I said in my tweet here, you can clearly see this is intentional. There's no other explanation. Anybody claiming otherwise should, in a healthy society, they would face repercussions as well. Anybody defending this. I said, this anti-white monster intentionally used his sharp ice skate as a weapon to murder an opponent during a game. Execute that mother. That's how we handle things in the West. Some people don't put enough value on life, and so they have to go. It's an interesting phenomenon. There seem to be quite a few people in the world who don't put enough value on human life, and they'll just snuff out a life, no problem, seemingly no conscience whatsoever. Kind of like from that piece of human waste that we just heard from. Like when you're thinking about targeting white people, why isn't the news, by the way, talking about that? I mentioned that, they played this off as a prank gone wrong, a trick, just like in South Africa, our once great country, where every ritualistic rape, torture, and murder is brushed off as a robbery gone wrong. Just like that. You see how fast we are hurtling in that direction. So not only did they just sweep this away as, oh, it's a prank gone wrong, and is he going to learn his lesson? They don't talk about the targeting of white people, very clear. And the only reason that's happening is because of anti-whiteism. We know in the reverse, that would be all the talk. They would be talking about hate crimes charges. But nothing. Local news. It would be national news. It would be on Facebook news. It would be on TikTok news. It would be everywhere. It would be everywhere. And what would they be doing? They would be condemning the totality of the white race, which draws this noose around the necks of every white person. Talk about a race-based crime. You'll take these people who you'll have a white guy do something illegal, wrong, immoral, and unethical to a non-white person. And let's say that he was actually thinking something negative about the race or religion of the person that he harmed. Let's say that he was. So it was race-based. What's worse? That one dirtbag or the totality of this anti-white cult, the tens of millions of anti-whites who condemn the totality of a race of people on the basis of their race. That is race-based. And that is far more egregious than the act of any individual here or there. So nothing to say on that. Let's just segregate. And you know this is what would happen. If it weren't for social media, and this is the way I've explained it for many years, and it's always right, the anti-whites want to quarantine any story that contradicts anti-whiteism. We call this a hush crime. That is what we refer to as a meme curative, an MC. It's a hush crime because it contradicts the anti-white notion that non-white people are all good, and that whenever they're bad, it's only because white people have caused it. White people are forcing them, or they engineered an environment where they can do no other. Here you clearly have, in both cases here, non-white, anti-white people targeting white people, and nothing is being said about race. What do you think would happen if on the ice, a white athlete found the non-white guy on the ice and then threw a Bruce Lee kick with his nearly razor-sharp skates at the non-white guy's throat? Do you think they'd be talking about that everywhere? It would be international news. Everybody, by way of the regime, anti-white regime's media. So they try to sequester these stories. If they have to talk about them at all, they'll talk about them on the local news, the local paper. They don't want it to go any further than that because they want it to reach as few people as possible. The contradiction to the anti-white narrative. Only when, as a consequence of social media, have these things been passed around so much, do they end up having to address it, to put the anti-white take on it, which regrettably, both explicit and implicit white sympathetics gobble right up. They just gobble right up. And then they'll apply their ineptitude to those descriptions. Every single time. I've got a lifetime of witnessing it. So this piece of garbage, I don't need to, I think that probably the larger discussion here, yeah, he should be executed. Do they execute? I don't know. Maybe ship him out to a country where we will kill him. Ship him on over to Virginia because we will take this human waste out of existence. Ship him on over. See, that's something that when we realize we're a single people with many countries, that maybe we'll start doing. Oh, you can't. Now here, they pass laws. No corporal punishment. Oh, I understand. Ship him right over. Ship him right over. We'll take care of that for you. But the larger question is law and order should not at any point stop at the sidelines of any sport. If you do something that is criminal, law enforcement should press charges. And for sports fans that complain about this, they just need to be, I really despise such people. I really despise them. They put their own entertainment, their own cucking lives, because that's what they are. They're just cucks. They're living through these athletes, the vast majority of them. And it's true. People who enjoy sports, who are like students of the game, whatever game or games it is, they know the difference. And they know that there's a much larger audience of cucks than there are of thinking people who are watching the games. I went to a Super Bowl party once, and the entire Super Bowl, I was explaining and predicting what would happen next, and it was coming true again and again because I knew the game so well. And there was a woman there, and she said, I've never heard anybody talk about football, with American football, with such intellect. I had no idea that there was so much that goes into every single play on the field. And that if you know all of that, you know what needs to be done. You can tell by the lineups what's going to happen. And she was just totally amazed, as all women are with me. But people who are students of games know the difference. And these cucks, these are the ones who would say, no, they got to be allowed to whatever. Well, this young man, 29 years of age, I think it said, dead because of this monster on the ice. He shouldn't receive a fine and some suspension from several games. Are you kidding me? He knew that throwing a nearly razor sharp ice skate with the force of his body screaming across the ice at the face and throat of an opponent had the potential to kill him. That is at bare minimum manslaughter. So find him guilty of that and then just dispatch with this human shit. That's what I have to say. Absolutely infuriating. Just Say No said he stopped watching sports events because of all the cucks. Absolutely. I couldn't stand them either. I don't watch. I don't have time for it. When I played sports, I watched to improve. Only to improve. I didn't have teams. I had athletes, and so that was the purpose. I was never a cuck. I was never like, he's our guy. Look, it's so amazing. I'm never that. Joey is here. Hello and welcome. Master Farrier is here. Hello and welcome. Take a quick look at what y'all are saying. We'll get to our last item where there will be so much to learn. Big things. Everybody tells me it's the best. Keanu says, you are a handsome, articulate guy. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. The kind words never get old because I try so hard to reach our brothers and sisters with something that will benefit them, that can empower them, and then they can go out in their life and crush it. And look at what's done. Look at what's done to all of these efforts. The anti-whites censoring the shit out of us, the explicit white sympathetic sphere slandering the hell out of me like this clown earlier that showed up. No rebuttal to anything I was saying. No rebuttal. Just a lot of baseless allegations. Carlisle says about the monster, the anti-white monster that was the biggest roundhouse you could ever imagine. And did you see the length of his arms? The kind of force that would generate? Anyhow, Carlisle says, well, LOL, as long as he feels bad. Yeah, we can make him feel real bad. Real bad. We're going to show you, son, how you're going to feel real bad about this. It's called the electric chair. John is here. JK160 says, great point to something. Thank you if it was me. Ursa Major, hello, is here. Yeah, should I rule over Western civilization like this, do you think? Maybe this is how I'll rule over Western civilization, dressed like this. Would this be good? And instead we can put a castle over there. We could put a castle in there. That could be my castle. This will be how I'll rule Western civilization. Your ruler. And I have, of course, the Spartan sword to give the message to the rest of the world. At any numbers, at any time, we will take you on. That would be kind of cool, wouldn't it? You know what? If I actually dress like this, I might finally start to increase the size of the audience. Because all these weirdos would suddenly be like, what's up with this? What's up with that guy? Intelligence, health, virility, manliness, all of that. Nah. Dress up like it's Halloween or you're a clown or something like this, and they show up. The clowns show up. Just a perfect outfit for a ruler and make anti-whiteism illegal. Yes. June says, King Jason. Do you hear that, the rest of the white sympathetic sphere? All you conservative content creators and you J-spergs, it's King Jason to you. King Jason. Not going to be flying any Israeli or Palestinian flags, no. Flags of the West, our people's flags. That's all we're going to be flying. We come first. That's who we're thinking about at all times. And we are empowering the people in their lives at the tier information, education, for the tier that at which we live our lives. Imagine it. Imagine it. Something you can do something with. It's sadly novel, I'm afraid. It's sadly novel. Alex, hello. King Kuna. King Kuna. It sounds good, doesn't it? King Kuna. The High Emperor King Kuna, President of all countries of the West, has decreed. I wouldn't do anything nice. No like guillotine. What was wrong with those white people? No, we've got much better methods. We're gonna take some pages back. We're gonna flip backward to find how, oh, that's an interesting little thing they used to do to kill people. And we're gonna let everyone know. Mwah, this is what happens. No more anti-whiteism. Legally, of course, like Franklin says. Absolutely legally. I'm in Halloween mode, folks. I mean, come on. So happy you all joined tonight. Joey the Giant says signal boost. God bless you. Thank you so very much. Signal boost it is. What are we going to do now? Oh, yes. Talk TV. Have you all heard of this War on Whites by Ed Braudow? Something like that? Have you heard of it? What do you think? Have you seen it? Have you read any of it? Those fingers in my hair, that sly, come hither stare, that strips my conscience bare, it's witchcraft. And I've got no defense for it. The heat is too intense for it. All right, let's find out about it. Right now, it's an interview on Talk TV. I don't know why this song just came to my mind, because we're rolling. We're rolling in. Rolling, rolling, rolling. Keep them doggies rolling. Boy, the streams are swollen. Rawhide. Rain and wind and weather. Hell bent for leather. Wishing my gal was by my side. All the things I'm missing, good living and good kissing, are waiting at the end of my ride. Hit 'em up, move 'em out, move 'em out. Hit 'em up, rawhide. I know how that song goes. Far more than the witch song. We'll have to get that figured out.
Ride 'em in rawhide. Rawhide. It's a new book called The War on Whites, and the guy on the right is the author.
Hi, this is Mark
Oh,
Barton,
God.
Sandy Hook Promise in Newtown, Connecticut.
Really?
And hi, this is Nicole Hockley, also from Sandy Hook Promise.
This is
and we wanted to
Nicole.
bring your
What are you
attention
talking about? What are you
to
telling
the
me?
bill for universal background checks.
Oh, bill for universal background check. Sign now, demand Congress expand background checks. They are expanded. You know the hell that you have to go through to get a firearm in the United States?
Need your signature to push this through.
We need your signature.
This is easy. This should be easy.
He's like, it should be easy. If you have an Audi that's more like an innie, this is like right up your field. Nobody should be able to have a tool of self-defense. Just like this guy doesn't have a tool of sex defense.
It's universal background checks, meaning every transfer of a firearm should be accompanied by a background check.
Oh, no, bullshit. What they're talking about right there is transfers like to your loved one. No, the government is not going to get involved in that. Just like what happened in our once great country of Canada. You have Trudeau, this pretty boy that all the women voted for. Remember, women, stop going after these pretty boys. Stop it. Stop it. Stop voting for them. Stop going after them. They're out of your league. They'll screw you for a little while. And a little while might be a day. It might be 2 months. It might be 6 months. But they're having fun with a bunch of other women at the same time. You don't know the life they live. I had 2 friends over the years that were pretty boys. I know the life they live. And that's why I had to stop being friends with them. So there you go, vote for Trudeau. And he goes out and he says, clear cut in his interview, absolutely not going after the equivalent of right to self-defense in Canada. We have a long tradition in Canada of a firearm ownership. Yes. And then years later, we're taking them all. Everybody's got to register. Nobody's allowed to buy this anymore or that anymore. So look at these two. The soy is strong within them.
It's already in the law.
Look, she like kicks his ass, right? You can tell. You can tell this bitch pushes this guy around. Something fierce. She's like, shut up. And he says, yes, ma'am.
We just need to close the loophole, and you can help us do that.
So click that link and sign the petition now.
No. How about go to hell, bitch? How about go to hell? And you know what? I'll help you get there. You could pick any hell you want. It could be Mexico, Ecuador, El Salvador. I mean, you could pick it. And we'll send you there. You're not taking away my right to self-defense. And look at this little bitch here with his little grin. He's like, yeah, you could be a little puppy bitch like me. Look at his little bird chest that he has there. He hasn't done a single push-up in his life with his little bird chest. His whole body. The two of them are muscleless. They look like jellyfish, don't they? But how could he say nasty things about white people? Because it's not all white people that we're for. That's anti-whites we oppose, my friends. Okay. Yeah, be sure to sign our little document. Can I do it in your names with Hollywood blood? Not real blood.
Now, there is a controversial new book called The War on Whites. The author is with us now. His name is Ed Brudo, and he is the author.
Brudo. His name is Ed Brudo. Brudo, according to this guy. It's Ed Brudo. Let's read, because we had... this was brought to my attention by... Yes, it was. Hank Soul Man. Now that just reminded me, way to go, Hank. I'm a soul man. I'm a soul man. Got what I got the hard way. And I make it better each and every day. So, honey, don't you sweat. Because you ain't seen nothing yet. I'm a soul man. Aykroyd comes in. I'm a soul man. I'm a soul man. So he writes this. And this is when your naughty proctor enters the room. He writes, I wouldn't personally recommend you to review any of their videos. Oh, shit. Because they are big on using their anti-white attorneys and seem very retaliatory. Well, I am using this video for the purpose of education. I'm going to be talking through, I said it at the very beginning, said it several times. I'm going to be talking through this and educating this folks who are here now and folks who will watch later by way of this video. And that is completely, and I will file suit back. However, I have had some other amazing news today that I wish you could share with the community. Well, here we are. We're going to do it. Hank. An author named Ed Brodow just released a book called The War on Whites. Put in search, quote, there is an epidemic of anti-white racism, close quote, and there is an interview by Talk TV about the book. The golden nugget is hidden at the end of the interview at 8-minute mark, when the author is lured into a trap by the anti-white interviewer asking the author, quote, do you honestly believe blacks have a bigger propensity to commit more crimes than whites, close quote. The author makes a grave mistake by answering the question and saying, quote, yes, close quote, when he instead should have immediately noticed that this was a trap and instead shifted to solely focus on our victimization instead. Well said, brother. He could have saved the interview by instead replying, quote, I don't know, and I couldn't care less about black criminality. I am here to talk about the victimization of whites and how to put an end to it, close quote. You see how people become brilliant, absolutely savage geniuses in the reclamation of our destiny, like Hank has here, by using the Go Free method? The interviewer is constantly trapping the author by shifting focus from the victimization of whites to other races. Hank, I got to tell you, I love you. Think of the best and brightest that you all could bring to mind in the white sympathetic sphere on either side, implicit or explicit, and none of them have been able to handle these types of questions. They always lose. They always lose. And now you all, with very little training and without even a scintilla of the amount of studying on all of this history and etc., can defeat the anti-whites. The author fails to point this out. This video is absolutely amazing, as it has this golden nugget lesson for all of us to see hidden at the very end of it. The video is short at the 8-minute mark, when the interviewer constantly lures the author to talk about the victimization of other races, when the topic clearly is about the victimization of whites. This video is an absolute gem for learning what not to answer when interviewed and how important it is to keep the focus on our victimization. I think the community would really like this one, but also an amazing news item, as we have an author here speaking up against the victimization of our people. He may also not have heard of us. He may also not have heard of us, as he uses anti-white racism. Maybe get this brave Western man on the show someday. Well, thank you so much, Hank. Maybe we will. Let's see what he has. You never use the anti-white concept. Racism, racist. It has defeated Western civilization. It is the ring of Sauron. Cannot be wielded by anyone but the evil anti-whites. Let's have a listen to this.
This book, and he's
E. Essington is going to bed. Since it is Halloween, I wish you many, many a nightmare on this night.
Says it looks into, as he puts it, the anti-white racial inquisition that is poisoning America. Ed, you're very welcome.
Can you all understand him? And can you hear it okay? I don't think I can turn it up anymore. He's calling the book controversial. So right away, you know that this guy is anti-white, or the editor is anti-white, or both are anti-white.
to Talk TV this afternoon. How are you?
I'm good. How are you, Peter?
And you should always know, I mean, always is the case. Now, you all shouldn't be talking to media anyhow, because they're anti-white. They are going to twist everything you say. They're going to take careful edits. It doesn't matter about you videotaping them yourself, all of that. Their intent is to make you fit into the anti-white narrative by whatever means, even blatant lying. And if you think for a minute that they won't blatantly lie like goddamn John Gotti, if you think they won't, you're a fool. Because even the most banal, tepid, moronic anti-white at a local newspaper, fearful of shadows, will tell the blackest lies about you. So don't even bother. Don't try. You handle the media by way of our leaflets and etc., the way we articulate how to do that, and we win every time. So let's see how Ed does, though, against Peter Cardwell. Peter Cardwell is who we are listening to. Brado is who we are interviewing.
I'm very well, Ed. Thank you.
I'm very well, Ed. I'm very well. Are you well? Are you really well? Because well is something you're doing. I know a lot of folks do this. It's like pseudo-intellectual. Think about this. I suggest to all of you, if someone asks how you're doing, you're good. If you're good. If you're doing well, what are you doing well? What is it you're doing well? I mean, maybe I could say it because it's everything. But if you're not looking smart by saying you're doing well, it's, for me, I first noticed it in corporate speak. And everything that becomes corporate speak, which is just jargon-esque nonsense and platitudinous nonsense, ends up making its way into government and into the universities. So, I mean, if you're going down that where you think everybody understands and nobody's looking at you like, what are you doing? Then go ahead. Otherwise, just be doing good or great or magnificent. I've done that. I've done that. It's so funny how it takes people by surprise. I was at the post office the other day, and the woman, I said, how are you doing? She's like, I'm good. How are you? And I said, I am splendid. And she paused. She was like, whoa, that's great. It happens all the time. So yeah, try that out. It's funny. You could say, I'm impressive. I am marvelous.
Tell me what this book...
And what is this thing he's doing here? What is this? This is like something I see back in my memory. I see very young preteen girls do. Let's talk. Let's talk. We're going to have a little powwow. All right. Oh boy. I think that's probably an appropriate still for Peter.
Argues what your thoughts are on this, and it's pretty controversial. Lots of people will...
He's probably a totally great guy. I don't know for real. I'm just, having some fun. Has a lot of hairspray on. Has a lot of hairspray. A little bit of hairspray. I mean, this might even be a hair helmet. Look with me and see if his hair moves. If it doesn't move, then we have to look for the chin strap.
Disagree with you. What would you say to them?
Well, if someone disagrees with you, who could disagree with the persecution of white people? The discrimination against white people. It's everywhere. Is that too fast? I sped it up a little bit, but it's
controversial because when we think of racism, we're accustomed to thinking of whites being racist toward blacks.
Okay. That is because of the anti-white narrative. And that's the reason why we don't use the word racist. What he just said, the reality. When we think of, so where's that definition I talk about? In the heads. Where it matters is in the heads of the millions and millions of people. Doesn't matter what it says in the dictionary. Okay? So he just identified a reality that we incorporate into our strategy and are able to easily sidestep and move forward with the love, hope, and redemption of our destiny.
But the tables have been turned, and now it's whites that are being bullied.
Okay, another bad thing. Never say that. And I'm not being hard on this Ed. I'm not being hard. I mean, he's not going free. I'm just giving you my recommendations about how to go free, how to use our strategy. And that's something that he doesn't have access to yet. Maybe he would not want to use go free. Maybe he just wants to continue down this vein of thought. I predict it won't go well, but okay. But never say, now things have turned around, because it's not been that. When you say now things have turned around, you have just affirmed the anti-white narrative. You've just said, oh yeah, white people were just horrible. Everything you said is true. And usually the kind of people who say this are the implicitly white sympathetic folks, because they think I'm going to give them I will yield to them some of their opinion, and that will cause this reciprocal tendency, and they will reciprocate by giving me some of mine, by acknowledging some of mine as real. That's not how anti-whites work. They never have. Don't ever do that. So do not say that, oh, it used to be that way, but now it's changed. No, it's always been anti-white. It has always been anti-white. And anything that anti-whiteism condemns of the behavior of white people in a civilization that they build and then allow others to come into can be the exact same condemnation can be applied to every single race of people throughout all of time who let anybody else come into their civilization. They don't immediately hand over their women. They don't immediately hand over all their water fountains. They don't immediately hand over their buses. They don't immediately hand over all of it. So the anti-whiteism is a fraud. It's a fraud. You don't acknowledge it. You don't say it's real. And you don't say, but now things have changed. It's always been anti-white for generations. Let's proceed.
Whites are being.
I would say, if I was in this interview, probably my first thing I would say, because I know it's a joke. I mean, it's just a joke. You know what Peter's up to. Come on. I would say, Peter, my favorite color is pink.
Demonized. People are saying whites are evil. Whites are oppressors. That everything that whites have accomplished is terrible and should be destroyed.
Okay. Did he not just unintentionally invalidate his own argument there? But by saying that now the table is turned, he's saying that whites were evil. Whites were oppressors. Whites. And so obviously Peter's like, of course they are. Look at what white people did. You just agreed to it.
So all of the scientific advances that we've made, Western civilization.
Who's saying that though?
God bless him for all the scientific. He's pointing it out. He obviously, his heart's coming from a good place. And for that, I salute Ed. I salute him. His heart's coming from a good place. He's seeing what's going on in the world. Think about how many millions. And I said in this clip that for White Wellbeing made at the very beginning, a beautiful clip that he made, that by way of all of this government intrusion, their actuaries, they've ascertained that white people are noticing these things. They're noticing our victimization. What do they need to be given? They need to be given the tool of white well-being, the moral position of white well-being. They need to be given these concepts. J-spergs would tell you that they need to be given history of how Jewish people are bad. Where does that lead them? Ye's law. Naming them ruins you. None of these white people are going to do that. They're smart enough to see what ends up happening to you. And it's not going to benefit white people one iota. But what we have does. Let's continue. So Peter's jumping in saying, who's saying that? Who says that? So this is the anti-white denying reality. And we probably, have you faced that yet? Have you been up against an anti-white facing reality, denying reality of the anti-whiteism? It's in every, he knows. Peter would tell you to attend a class where you're going to be told that white people are evil. He would say, attend that. Now he's going to say, who's saying that? You're such a liar. So you know where he's coming from. You know he is a blackguard, lying son of a bitch. So you just have to put that on the table in a conversation with a person like this. Exactly what I said. Maybe, a little bit gentler with a big smile, a big pearly white smile. Give him a little wink.
Oh, Ed, honestly, who's saying that?
Honestly, who's saying it? Honestly, I have no idea. No one ever says white people are evil. Honestly, Ed, you're a fucking loon, Ed. Don't you honestly, don't you know, honestly, that every time somebody says that, they're fucking lying to you? Who has ever started off when they're honest by saying honestly? Like, hi there, what's your name? Honestly, it's Ed. No, I was hoping for the lie. Well, then I'm Zorro.
Who's saying that whites are all bad people?
It's coming from the left, and it's coming. Well, I'll give you two examples.
No, it's not just coming from the left, an artificial spectrum within the anti-white narrative. What matters to us is whether you are anti-white neutral or white positive. And it comes from everywhere. For God's sake, look at Johnson, the new Speaker of the House. Anti-white is all hell.
One is you have these diversity trainings that corporations and government agents.
There you have it right there. Anti-white obedience training. Anti-white obedience training, like dogs. That's why we refer to it that way. We're treated like dogs. You are learning to have to obey, dog, and be anti-white. Calling it a diversity training is a meme pathogen and empowers the anti-whites in the conversation. So you don't want to use their concepts. It empowers them. Remember, the concepts are what put you in the story. What story do you want to be in? The anti-white narrative, where we're the villain and we have to fight our way out of this endless villainy? Or do you want to be in the story where we're the hero?
Are imposing on their white employees, where they're literally telling them to undo their whiteness. And this is going on.
Okay, and of course, you know the position of whiteness. You never say whiteness. That's another meme pathogen meant to harm and undermine the defense of ourselves, our people, our projections. This is actually, Hank was right. This is a great tutorial for folks.
All over the country. And the other thing is students in school, as young as 5 and 6, are being told that they're flawed if they happen to be white. If you're white.
Hating white people become the new national sport. Well, good for Ed. Yeah, good for Ed.
There's something wrong with you.
I don't think
You know what's interesting is that Ed will be able to get interviews, but not me. Ed will get interviews, but not yours truly. No, I could even go on and promise them I would sing like the average man can sing. Sing up a storm for them. And by the way, the Christmas songs are coming. The Christmas song. I've already seen the Christmas commercials. It's Halloween. You still got 32 minutes on the East Coast. But we got people everywhere, so Halloween's still going for a long time. And already today, the little baubles are going up, and they're on the commercials, decorating the tree, and they're pouring it out. And they're getting rid of white people from Christmas. They won't get rid of Christmas. They're getting rid of white people and Christianity, because so many people practice Christianity, and it hasn't been corrupted enough yet, white erased enough yet to undermine us. I think it could even go to the point of being totally white erased, but the only thing left there is that it serves for white families to help them knit themselves together in the least bit, and they would still have a war waged on it. So yeah, it's totally white erasing. It was actually a white male in the commercial with a black female, because anti-whiteism. Let's continue with Ed, shall we? And Peter. Peter.
And I don't think anybody should be made to feel guilty because of an accident of birth. But
an accident of birth? I don't think anybody should be made to feel guilty for an accident of birth. It's late, and I am low on sleep. And I worked out today. I kicked my ass at the gyms today. I kicked my ass. And I'm becoming the kind of scary guy at the gym who talks to himself in a full voice. I'm like, yeah, you're kicking your ass. Yeah, that was good. You kicked your ass there. And I would get him. I'd be like, God damn, that burns. Yeah, that burns. And they're like, he's not carrying anything, is he? Oh, yeah. That's fire. That's fire. I was doing some 45-degree bench curls. And I was flat bench up to 45 degrees. And I was laid all the way back. I let my arms hang all the way back. And I was just like, fire, fire. All these veins were coming out. If I only had my Cephas with me, I might have charged my credit card on something. Let's find out. Accident of birth. My birth was the blessing to planet Earth. It was not an accident. Every white person's birth is a blessing. An accident? You make it sound like we were here before our birth. You are your birth. You are your inception. It's not an accident, Peter.
Clearly, there is still huge racism in this country and in your country, in America as well. Clearly, there are many people who are discriminated against.
Okay, so right there, you see huge. It's huge racism, the anti-white. And that's where Ed should jump in or could jump in. That's where I would jump in and say, no, you're not using that anti-white slur with me. You're not. Give examples. Who says that? And what are the examples of it, Peter? Show me the examples. I want the evidence of it. No, you're not going to get away with this nebulous claim that you can just mold and make into anything you want. Probably a child that you would want to do things with, Peter, and make into anything you want to harm me and my well-being and the well-being of my people. No, you're not doing it, Peter. So you're going to have to give some solid examples of discrimination and persecution of non-white people because, Peter, my friend, Peter, little Peter, this is what I would call you in a Donald Trump way. I would call you a little Peter. And it'd be a little of Jack Nicholson in there. And I would say, Peter, you're little Peter. I want evidence because all over the West, companies go out of it. They get sued by the federal and state government, by the government of the territory, by etc. People get fired from their jobs like this for the slightest infraction of anti-white of anti-whiteism, not being anti-white enough. So where is all of this discrimination and persecution of non-white people? I would force him to give these anecdotal nonsense. A black guy can't even go into a store without getting stared at by a woman because she thinks negative things about him. Well, maybe the news has something to do. Maybe the stats have something to do with the concern. Maybe that's it. And by the way, every single white guy has faced the exact same thing. Who isn't a pretty boy? Every single white guy has faced the exact same thing. And worse, because white females are a little scared of black males. I don't know why. A little scared of them. Not sure why. But white females will absolutely make faces of disgust at us. They will absolutely make faces of disgust. You're not pretty. Fuck you. Until they hit the wall and they go beyond the wall. And then all of a sudden, they start bringing their standards closer and closer. Let's continue.
for lots of reasons, including
For lots.
being black, for example, or Hispanic or whatever.
Oh, okay. So there's racism for lots of reasons. For being black, whatever. I want evidence, Peter. Oh, Promethean Promulgation is here. Great to see you. Finger Fretter is here. I too cannot walk into a store without getting stared at by women and some fruity men. It is the underwear, my friend, that does that. Fruit of Loom. Arctos is here. Jason should bulk, can gain a bunch of muscle. My friend. Oh, my friend. You have not seen me disrobe. I am a Greek statue with one very large difference. And you can think about what it might be. Just say no, says me too. I'm going to hit the sack. Great show, by the way. All right, brother. Good nightmares to you tonight. Thanks for being you, sire, says Finger Fretter. Keanu says, what would you say if you were in that interview, Jason? Well, thank you for the question. I think I will continue. On the most recent Mark Dice video, a woman said the term anti-whiteism and was glad that Mark was using it. Some ant-nat idiot with a skull mask jumped in her replies and immediately began deriding her for calling him and his friends Nazis. He is, in fact, a Nazi. Most ant-nats are low IQ, self-destructive, socially unintelligent individuals. Very well said. Very well said, brother. Yeah, remember how when I said at the big divorce, when I said they were Nazi LARPing, and then like all over their threads, they were like, he called us a Nazi. You call yourself that too. Going through the big D and don't mean Dallas. I can't believe what the judge had to tell us. I got the Jeep. She got the Palace. I'm going through the big D and don't mean Dallas. Things like this are never final. I'm still paying on the vinyl. Flooring in the laundry room. It's multicolored, waterproof. It's a little bit tough to face, my friend. The ones that said that I jumped in. Mestizo Carfus here. I used to spell anti-white with a hyphen, but now it just looks out of place. Doesn't it? Doesn't it? I did all this thinking for you all years ago when I thought I created the words anti-white and anti-whiteism. I tried anti-white, anti-capital white. I tried all of these, and then I realized I can make a concept. This is it. It's a finished thing. Anti-whiteism, anti-white. This is a finished thing. And now, all these years later, you all know, of course, an international body of wealthy, very intelligent Jews said, you know what we got to do? We need to get rid of that hyphen. And they did it. And they're busy going around telling everybody, get rid of the hyphen. I mean, white people can't even follow the white guy who does this decades before a big international body of very bright Jewish people. White people can't even say, whoa, shit, maybe we should listen to that guy. Slots is here. Great to see you, brother. Happy Halloween. E. Essington said, Jason's a human jukebox tonight. Victorian Time Traveler, great to see you, brother, and saying they already require background checks. Oh, yeah. Every time I will say that if I ever acquired a tool of self-defense, while you're filling out this lengthy paperwork, you hear the snap of a surgeon's glove behind you because they're about to do a colonoscopy. They're going to find out. And I was with this pinky in the air type of family one time. And the female, of course, that dominated the household, she was talking about, of course, totally against the right to self-defense, and clearly born out of, too, just a fear of the tool, the tool of self-defense, the firearm. And she was saying, oh, no, they more regulations, but having no idea what it's like. And then she said, well, before that, I said, do you know what? If I left here right now to go buy a firearm, I would be gone for, even at the closest place I could have gone to, over an hour. I'd be gone for over an hour, all the paperwork, come back here, and I wouldn't have it. It would be days. But I could go down the street and get cocaine in that fast. Be back in 15 minutes. Now, cocaine is illegal. Totally 100% illegal. I know that some places, I guess they're made it legal now, but you know what I mean. It was years and years ago. So, of course, that just shut her pinky in the air, but like broke her pinky. It was like, oh no, my pinky. Happy Halloween. Six short months we went together, decided it should be forever.
I mean, that still exists, doesn't it?
Well, let's face it, it will always exist.
Oh my God. Ed, my friend, in case you forgot, Peter had just said that there's loads of racism against black people and against other people that aren't white. And then he says that it's going to exist, and Ed's, well, it's going to exist forever. No, Ed, come on. I'm liking you, Ed. I'm liking you. That's not the right answer to that. That is, I would say at this point, like the great Hank said, I would say, why are you, this conversation is about the victimization of white people. Why are you so intent on making the conversation about white people victimizing others? Do you want reasons to victimize? Is that what you're saying? I'm coming in here objecting to the victimization of white people, and you're saying that we should victimize them because there are good reasons? Is that what you're getting at, Peter? Little Peter? With your innie?
There will always be.
Doesn't mean we shouldn't try to do something about it, though, does it?
Shouldn't try to do something about it, though. Something that doesn't exist. So exactly what I just said he was doing. Here are the reasons why we victimize white people, Ed.
Here's the thing. They talk about systemic racism. And
anti-white concept, don't use them.
In the war on whites, I argue that systemic racism no longer exists.
Oh boy. Again, with it was a thing, but then every single group of people and every point in history has done the exact same thing. So it obviously can't be evil because nobody else has complained about.
50 years ago, we enacted civil rights legislation, and the change.
Okay, so he's measuring the rectitude and legitimacy of his argument against the anti-white, immoral, moral measurement. We were bad. I totally agree. We were just these awful people, but we did these things to make it better. So you can't win once you're in that position. So Ed's making it harder for himself. Is getting easier and easier for Peter.
Changes in the last 50 years have been immense. So that while we may have had systemic racism 50, 60 years ago, we don't have it anymore. Blacks and Hispanics and other minorities can do whatever they want. They can.
So you can say that without owning anti-whiteism. You can say there is no discrimination against any non-white group of people, period, in a conversation. Prove it to me, Peter. Prove that it's in the real world. I know it's all over entertainment, Peter, but don't reference a movie.
There's no trouble getting a job. If you're black, you can get a job. You can be admitted to college. You're given preferences. So to say that there is such a thing as white supremacy and
Oh my gosh. Do not, Ed, my friend, do not use anti-white concepts. You just broke out white supremacy. Peter didn't even have to say it for you. I like Ed. I'm liking Ed. Thank God he wrote this book. He's trying. And we hope to educate you on the areas where Ed could make some improvements.
systemic racism in 2023 is just purely wrong.
No, there is systemic discrimination. It is ubiquitous, omnipresent anti-whiteism. It's in every institution, every school, public and private, university and college, every government, every company, everywhere every social network group, lodge, confederation of trades, unions. It's everywhere.
But all employees do diversity training, not just white people.
Oh my God. Anti-whites are so despicable. Everybody has to go into that room. It just so happens that the white people are being told they're devils and the non-white people are told they do no wrong. So it's the saying, Peter.
For example, and also just because there's legislation in place, and it has been, and Lyndon Johnson brought a lot of that in the 60s. Just because there is legislation doesn't mean there aren't exceptions to.
Oh. Name them then, Peter. Just because there's all this legislation, it'll be, folks. It's like I told you, the last white guy, if it came down to that, will be known as the racist. That's how anti-white is. That is its logical conclusion. It doesn't matter how much victimization is visited on white people. We have to be righteously indignant about our bodily and cultural integrity.
Do that as well.
Well, as I said, there will always be some sort of racism.
J.C. Denton's asking, who is this guy? Ed Bradow is the writer of The War on Whites, and he's being interviewed by Peter and at Talk TV, and we are reviewing it for the purpose of educating those who would like to know how to respond to these sorts of questions from a reporter.
But the environment in the United States is so different today than it was in 1960.
But that's good. That's fine. I'm happy with that. I don't want it to be like the 1960s.
He's fine. He's happy with that. Good.
America. In the 1960s in America were awful. People were being.
They were awful.
Lynched for their color.
People were lynched for their. It's just color. It's not something fundamental to a being. That's what was happening. That's pure fiction. Total fiction. Anti-white fiction. So in his mind, just a few decades ago, if you were non-white, couldn't leave your house. How did so many non-white people get in America? How were they allowed to have houses with electricity, running water? How did all that happen when they were just being lynched everywhere?
Well, it's important to understand that we are where we are now.
At that point, I would say, why are you so anti-white, Peter? What is wrong with you? What made you so? Did the schooling and those anti-white obedience courses make you this anti-white? I would submit to you that it was those things.
Not where we were then. And when they talk about reparations, for example, slavery is ancient history. The people that want the
Ed is going into an environment that's hostile. And so it's easy to make mistakes in a hostile environment. To all of you, understand that if you're going into an environment, a conversation that's going to be hostile, or you discover it's hostile, you want to make your beachhead narrow and defensible. Okay? You don't want to go off. You don't want to sprawl into different subjects. You don't want to grasp at things out there because it's not going to go well. You expose yourself every time you reach out for tangentially related subjects. you expose yourself to attack by your opponent. In this case, it's little bits, Peter. And so what you want to do is narrow, and the beauty of this is that you could even be your verbal IQ could be quite low. And we all have different skill sets, and you could still do this and kick ass. You just narrow it down to our well-being. You're objecting to the victimization. You're not going to allow it anymore. You don't care what their excuses are for that victimization. Demand of them evidence for every single thing that they claim. And then everything that they say in response, even if you don't know how to debunk it, just dismiss it like anti-whites always do. You could, when it comes to anti-whites, do you want to play fairer than they will play? Then you'll lose. So when you could have a dead white person and anti-whites bouncing up and down, stabbing them and saying, doing it because he or she is white, and the anti-white will just deny that evidence exists. It could be right in front of you. So when you're in a situation like this, it's hostile. There's the stress of being on live or streaming entertainment, whatever it is, news entertainment, edutainment. Narrow the beachhead. You can do that mid-conversation. You could do that before you get started. Then you can decide to broaden it if you're really kicking ass. These are the tips from the Emperor King Jason of Western civilization.
These things want to be compensated for some.
Now, you could also go listen to other content creators, and they could tell you why Jewish people are nasty, or why Palestinians are nasty, and why you should side with one or the other. You could do that if you wanted, but I recommend you follow what I have to say.
Something that happened to their great-great-great-grandparents. Today, if Shelby Steele, for example, who is a black...
oh, no. He's going the route of I'm legitimate because a black person agrees with me.
Author, brilliant black author.
Yep.
Says that if you're black today, you can do anything you want. You can be a movie star. You can be a doctor. You can be an airline.
There are definitely examples of people who, we've had a president of the United States who's black.
Now we're talking about equity, the anti-white concept of equity. Peter is dismissing the evidence of preferential treatment, special privileges, freedom from responsibility for both non-white people and privileged group people, which can be are both non-white and white. And you can think of several types of privileged groups on your own. But what he's doing is, let me just back it up.
Yes, there are definitely examples of people who, we've had a president of the United States who's black, for example.
But there are still non-white people who are sicker, less educated, poorer, etc., than white people. So therefore, we don't have equity. Therefore, the war on white people and Western civilization has to continue. What does that tell you about the outcome they want to achieve? It's what I've been saying. Equity in medicine means that no white person can be healthier than the sickest non-white person, or you have inequity. Economy. No white person can have more money than the poorest non-white person. Education. No white person can have better grades and outcomes than the dumbest, least educated non-white person. This is what's being applied to the totality of the West and destroying it.
We've had lots of people who have not let any disadvantage in their life bring them back, but there's still huge levels of poverty, for example, lack of opportunity.
Huge levels of poverty. Yeah, there's no agency in that. White people do it all.
In so many parts of America, I spent the last little while in a few weeks ago. I was in Selma, Alabama. I was in Birmingham, Alabama. I was in Atlanta. I mean, these are
Atlanta, filthy, richest non-white people driving, and particularly black, driving cars that are worth more. They paid more for than I have ever earned in my entire life. More than I have earned in my life thus far for some of the vehicles I've seen there, piloted by some of these non-white people. And the majority of that wealth comes from government contracts, as far as I've investigated. Look into it for yourself. But I mean, you have unconscionable wealth, unbelievable wealth in these people. Atlanta. And he's going to talk about poverty. What a POS. Let me ask you something, Peter. If a non-white person is poor, that's a white person's fault. When non-white people are beyond filthy rich, that's in the face of all the efforts of white people to bring them down. Sounds like you're an anti-white mother, Peter, but probably not your mother.
Great places, but there are still clearly major problems in terms of race in America. It's still a vast issue. It's
a vast issue. I've gone places. I've been places. It's a vast issue. I don't have a single piece of evidence.
Texas, where there was a Confederate flag and someone had written on the Confederate flag, had written on the Confederate flag, heritage, not hate.
Oh, gosh. Wow. What an egregious thing for you to have to endure. A Southerner proud of his heritage and specifically taking your anti-white concept of hate, something that only white people do, specifically taking that and saying to you, it's not what you think. It's just my heritage. And this guy's like, they got to die. They got to go. Do you need any more evidence of Peter's anti-whiteism?
You know, this is still a massive problem.
I would argue that that is a fringe. The problem today is...
He accepted it. Oh, no. Don't do anything Ed is doing, I'm afraid. I like Ed, but... and this might be the first big interview or something, so I get it.
Is that the media do not tell the public what's really happening. They don't tell the public that there is a war on whites.
Myra is here. Hello and welcome. And you have Arctos. I said hello to you earlier. White Student Transmission says, run by no white guilt to make sure no MPs. Myra says, so true. No white guilt. Thank you. DH is here. Says, he's saying, good day, brother. Why, good day to you. Good eye. Good eye. Is that how it's said properly down there? When I show up down there, you all can teach me. Or I could pull up Crocodile Dundee and we could see who has a bigger knife. That was a good movie, wasn't it? At least what I can remember. It was so long ago. There was anti-whiteism in it, I'm afraid, but there always is. Wing and Production, happy Halloween, Sir Kuna. Looking pimp-tastic. I am Halloween, Jason. Or maybe this will just be one of my new uniforms for ruler of the world. Ruler of the Western world, that is. That's the one we care about. Local editor. We dressed up as Western kind in traditional wear. We were mistaken for Sound of Music when asked. Kids responded, quote, I'm a boy girl of the West. We're honoring our culture. Well, amen. Amen to that. Very good. I'm dressing up as white people. We're almost done with this. Maybe we'll speed it up. All right, let's continue.
And that's why people need to read my book. Find out what's really going on.
Who's in charge of this war on whites? And I mean, it's
who's in charge of it? So you're crazy old man. You see where he's going with this? And then what you can do also in a discussion, when they're this blatant as Peter is, point out what they're doing. It's a very powerful thing to do in a conversation. point out that he's not having a good faith conversation with you. He's trying to make you appear less than. Don't put the words into people's mouths. Don't say the actual like crazy. Just say he's trying to make you appear as less than. And is he doing this tactic because he knows his anti-white position is weak? You put that on him, and then watch him go da 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 da.
It's interesting you mentioned there, just in terms of the of slavery. I don't think there's too many people.
Yeah, he gets to say, "You mentioned it. I didn't even have to mention it."
He would argue that wasn't a horrendous thing. And it is possible to.
And every race practiced it, and the white race put an end to it. You're welcome.
Accept that racism is wrong, as I do. There were historic awful events, obviously. Practices like slavery were abhorrent. But you can accept.
Wait, is there an echo in the building? The guy just keeps repeating himself. After midnight, we gonna let it all hang out. Franklin, yes. I gotta learn some more of that song.
All that without feeling guilt, can't you?
What?
Slavery were abhorrent, but you can accept all that without feeling guilt, can't you?
Yeah, but see, my view is that racism.
In a laboratory, it can. But are white people blamed for slavery? Did you, Peter, even mention the practice as employed by every other race on planet Earth? Did you credit the white race with putting an end to it? No.
Racism is racism.
And then I would have really turned it on him, and I would have said, "Don't you feel bad that white people did this, and you're a white person, Peter? Don't you feel shame?" And then he would be on the point there, wouldn't he? Because he knows that's what you're supposed to feel, and he knows if he says, "No, I don't feel anything. I just think it was abhorrent. I don't feel anything." He knows he would be kissing his ass goodbye. Pink slip moment. It's the pink slip, just like his shirt. Pink looks good on me, damn it. But then I'm not doughy.
Whether you aim it at blacks or Hispanics or whites.
Peter probably makes like twice or three times the amount of money I do.
And racism, discrimination against whites is just as bad as discrimination against blacks.
Okay, good.
And we need to face up to the fact that there is an epidemic of anti-white racism right now.
No, don't say racism.
What is it? What can you? Okay, let's take your argument and say that there is an epidemic of anti-white racism. What can you not do at the moment because you're white?
What can I not do?
Yeah, what have you been discriminated against?
Now's your opportunity to let loose. Talk about King Gatling gun, baby. There would be nothing left of Peter, metaphorically. You just let him have. What can you not do? Oh, Peter, let me count the ways. Peter, sit back, Peter. I will take the microphone from here. No, this one, Peter, this one. Zip back up.
There are government jobs that I can't get. There are government programs that I'm not eligible for. There are colleges that will not allow me to participate in certain programs. There are a plethora of things that I can't do because I'm white.
Good. I bet in all sincerity that Ed, not under this pressure, would do 10 times better. But this is, he's up against an anti-white hack, as I see it. I don't know about this network. I don't know anything about this network. Maybe they have different reporters and they take turns and they have different angles. But Peter is not behaving like an impartial journalist, interviewer. No one would say that observing this. This is a hostile environment. He could bring on, I bet there are videos out there of Peter interviewing anti-whites. And he's like, "What's your favorite color? Do you like crumpets? I do too." That's just the way I act every morning. When I wake up, I'm in that state.
And that is just as wrong.
Mestizo Carve says, November is upon us. It is indeed, my friend. It is indeed. It's a heavy thing. And therefore, the Christmas songs should begin. Here comes Santa Claus. Here comes Santa Claus. Right down Santa Claus Lane.
As when you have blacks being subjected to that kind of treatment.
But the point of affirmative action programs in America is to...
Katie has alerted me. I got my phone back on, and she has alerted me to the fact, thank you so much, Katie, that I have misgendered E. Essington. And she is a female. My deepest apologies to you, madam. And thank you so much, Katie. My deepest apologies. E. Essington. Come on, chat, help me remember. Because now I have the masculine pronoun in my head.
Try to level the playing field, because it isn't a level playing field at the moment. Even still, you...
Okay. It's so horribly tilted against non-white people, you know?
Say, look, in America...
being subjected to that kind of treatment.
But the point of affirmative action programs in America is to try to level the playing field, because it isn't a level playing field at the moment. Even still, you say, look, slavery's ancient history. It was a long time ago, but we're still in a situation where a lot of people in America certainly are not getting the same opportunities, don't have the same...
White people. It's white people. I mean, you can go when you want to get money, as I did, for to go to university. And I went to, I don't know, I feel like it was tens of different groups, different types of lodges, different types of clubs, different types of organizations, different types of these corporate like support entities, and asked them, showed them my grades, and asked for money to go through school. And every single time, no, they had meetings, or they gave money away to blacks, to Asians, to Jews, to everybody but white people. Well, particularly white males. There were programs for white females, and God, I hope they get rid of them. But big difference between me and us and the conservative content creators. And so nothing there for me. So that's the reality. Not this fantasy. Demonstrating, the both of them here demonstrating what we talk about, that the subconscious mind doesn't know the difference. Peter hasn't witnessed with his own eyes, with his own experience, any of what he is saying is everywhere in Western civilization. But he has experienced it in entertainment. He has experienced it as claim that it's everywhere at university, and from other people like himself.
Access to funding, don't have the same access to
funding.
To
ridiculous. Federal government of the United States has business loans, business grants, self-improvement grants, all these things white people can't get, as far as I've been able to find. So you'll have to check it out for yourself. But the ear is against the door, so could be anything, really, you know. So there are loans and from private, I guess, and public institutions that discriminate against non-white people. Really, Peter, we see the slightest infraction of anti-whiteism nowhere close to saying, oh no, you don't get the loan because you're black. The slightest infraction gets a company burned down. The slightest infraction of anti-whiteism, the slightest bit of heresy gets people fired from their jobs. But he's making these wild claims.
The standard of education, for example, there are exceptions to this, absolutely.
Okay, so you're not educating them well enough. How about they educate themselves? You know, and what about a thank you for building the schools that we allowed them to go to before being forced at bayonet to have everybody integrated, which would have happened. I know you'd like to look back on it and say, well, You know, if that hadn't happened, no, white people would have eventually allowed it because they're selfish individualists. And on one side, and on the other side, they got this big heart and they want to see people not suffer. They want, if they can make a difference, they will. And then women got the right to vote. And they're like, well, let's just let the state do it all. We'll give the state all the power, and so that it's done and we don't have to think about it anymore. It would have happened anyhow. But where's the thank you?
There's no doubt about that. But in general, if you're born as, say, let's talk about Birmingham, Alabama. If you're born as a black boy in Birmingham, Alabama, you're more likely to go to prison than to Harvard.
Okay, whose fault is that? And bullshit. They are far, if you're born as a black boy in Alabama, you are far more likely to go to Harvard than me. Infinitely. It's all out there, and it's been known for decades, but it's all out there now. The discrimination against whites. Look at the actual percentage of the population of Harvard that's white. It's minuscule compared to the massive percentage of the population that we yet are, and declining. Blacks are wildly overrepresented at Harvard. Fuck you, Peter.
That is another issue entirely, and it has to do with black criminality. Blacks are not.
Oh no, he's going to go that direction. This is the Jared Taylor direction. Don't go that direction.
Put in prison because of racism. They're being put in prison because of the huge amount of criminality that is rampant in the black community. Blacks commit something like 8 times.
Now, do you want to know why? I'll just give you a couple quick, just two quick tips. Number one, your data is meaningless to an anti-white. Totally meaningless. Number two, and unpersuasive. Number two, if they engage with your data, they'll say, that's because you did it. Into the conversation. Why do I know people that continue to use data for decade after decade? I don't know. It just is very silly.
Times as many murders as whites. So the argument that black.
So Hank was right. This went from supposed to be a conversation about the victimization of white people, and now it's become how bad black people are.
Blacks are the object of racism, and therefore they're going to jail. That's a false argument.
Do you honestly believe black people are have more propensity to commit crime?
Okay. Every other content creator, especially the explicit, would say that you should be a child here and be effronterous, even though you lose the conversation in the eyes of the audience, and to just say yes. You would lose the conversation. Now, for the content creators who specialize in being doom grifters, that's great. They get a laugh from you, then they get aggrandized, celebrated for it. They get your donations. That works great for them. It's not going to work great for you. It's not going to help at all. And where it helps least of all, where it harms most, is where your thinking is aimed. If your thinking is aimed at black people and their rate or lack thereof of criminality, you're not focused on us. You're focused on your selfish ass. And if you continue to be focused on your selfish ass, we can never become a people who achieves individual well-being by way of group well-being. The point of objecting to any criminality, as I did today in the course of this roll-in gathering, the roll-in going free, is to discuss our victimization, is to keep it focused on us.
Do I honestly believe? Yeah, read my book.
Okay, sorry, Ed, I'm sorry. That's where we differ. I'm sorry, I'm ending the interview. I can't.
What happened there? Oh, he said yes.
Oh,
God.
Crime.
Oh, and now he's so affronted. He can't. He's so insulted. He's taking so much umbrage.
Do I honestly believe? Yeah, read my book. I lay
Okay,
out
sorry, Ed, I'm sorry. That's where we differ. I'm sorry. I'm ending the interview. I can't continue this conversation.
I can't continue the conversation. I haven't given one fact, and I can't continue it. You've stated something that now I'm just going to dismiss you into the conversation. So I know it's tempting to want to respond to this question in the way that Ed did, or the way that some other little content creator, mischievous content creator might respond. I know that's tempting, but don't be a bitch. Our existence is under threat. If you're going to be a boy or a little girl, then get lost. We need men and women of the West. That means you have to have maturity. That means you have to have intelligence. That means you have to have strategy. That means you have to win at the end of the day. And that doesn't win. I don't think Ed was trying to be snarky. I think Ed was responding to the data that he's looked at. But what good is it to you? We've talked before about verisimilitude. And what good is it to you anyhow to say this, especially when you fall into the characterization of the villain in the anti-white narrative, and you've completely ceded the discussion about our victimization over to the victimization of non-whites.
Ed, thank you very much indeed to Ed. I just can't.
I just can't. Did
I honestly believe, yeah, read my book. I lay out.
Sorry, Ed, I'm sorry. That's where we differ. I'm sorry. I'm ending the interview.
All Ed had to do was offer him some donuts. Look at that neck on Peter.
I can't continue this
conversation. Look at that waddle he has going.
Apologies, Ed. Thank you very much indeed to Ed.
Look at the waddle he has here. And that is how every plate in his house fears him. That look right there. He's coming for it. He's coming to consume. So, a la anti-white, ladies and gentlemen. And that is how you handle such a discussion. Oh, wow. It looks like they have 630,000 subscribers. So it is a big channel. And let's see. We'll pull down our fair use here. A very interesting discussion, wasn't it? Well, it is the witching hour. Technically November, but it's still Halloween. Any final thoughts before we get out of here? And another Halloween is on the books. Another Halloween is celebrated. The jack-o'-lanterns will go away for another day. We will bring them out some other time. I will close these. All these wonderful. God, the world is so anti-white, isn't it? Unbelievable. I just hope that no one ever takes up the terminology of front hole, because that'll finish it. I will become a monk. There better not be any front holes in the world. Cool Papa J Magic says, should have been no white guilt on this show. Any of our semi-articulate champions would be infinitely better. Yeah, I mean, the Knights of the White Table. Could you imagine what they would have done to Peter? Yeah, what I would have done to Peter, I'd have had him given up straight away. I'd have had him saying, I'm not anti-white. Oh, I'm not really. Really, I'm not. Christine is here. Hello to you and welcome. She says, I just joined the conversation. Your costume is pretty good. Well, thank you. That's the only thing that's pretty good about me. By the way, I never word conversation. I don't know what that part means. Do I have to be drunk to understand? But welcome. Good to have you. And Deb is here. Welcome to you, Deb. Deb was laughing about something. Victorian time traveler, we will build a palace for the West in orbit. It will be like the Palace of Versailles, except the size of a mountain or a second moon. I want a second moon, my friend. Yes. That will be my palace in the sky, a second moon. It will be my Elysium, and I will stand tall. This will shoot lasers at people on the earth for fun. That will make them grow taller. Increasing height lasers. It's a new thing. Escape is here. Great to see you. Jan is saying, it used to annoy me to no ends that my phone could remember every sequence of words, often searched together. But YT always made me spell out no white guilt every single time. Yeah, the persecution of yours truly and of everyone, even totally ignorant people who object to our victimization, the white erasure of our people from the civilization that we built. Every single objection is censored into oblivion, slandered by all of the mainstream, not given a voice whatsoever, and shadow banned, debanked, on and on. But Peter says the world is hard for non-whites. It's everywhere. They're poor. There are poor non-white people. And sure, there are filthy, stinking rich ones, but there are poor ones, and all white people aren't poorer yet. So it's got to continue. Oh, Sloth said so as well. Essington is a woman of Western kind. Here is your help remembering. Thank you, my good friend. Very Slothian of you. Thank you, thank you. Please tag me as No White Guilt with any thoughts, because otherwise it's just a chance that I will blurrily come upon your message. I will check to the different financial gifting platforms and then see if there's any other tags for me, and then we will bid each other adieu, and I will return to my coffin and my castle, where I await another day to fly out upon the world. All right, let's see. I don't know if there are any American Thanksgiving songs. There probably are, but they've been white erased. Now it's going to be some rap. It's going to be some rap from some very creative and very rich rapper. That'll be the new Thanksgiving music. There'll be no more white people around the turkey. That'll be gone. White erased. All right. We have here this evening a $1 financial gift. Thank you very much from Western Kind United. Thank you, sir. He says, for White Wellbeing 07. A big 07 back to you as well, my friend. We also have a $5 financial gift. Thank you so very much. And this is from JD. JD is in the house. Thank you. He says, for General Lee. All salute for that, General Lee. Amen to that. His what they did to the statue, absolutely despicable. And what they, by doing that to the statue, did that to us. Where are non-white people in the West seeing their icons cut down from their pedestals and then ritualistically decapitated and ritualistically defaced, as in literally cutting the face off, and then ritualistically their face made into a death mask for the white race to celebrate its erasure. Nowhere. Happening to us, happening to our memories, our history, our heroes, our paragons, but people like Peter don't see it. Willfully don't see it. Christine says, white erased, going over the top. Really? You don't see white erasure in educational standards? We used to have very high standards for education. Our norms and mores, our customs. You see them anymore? Less and less every year. We call that white erasure. Our statues coming down, we call that white erasure. The changing of our street names because they have white people on them, we call that white erasure. It's everywhere, Christine. Now that I've said it, you're going to see it. You're going to see it everywhere. The question is whether you want it or don't want it. We happen to object to white erasure. Get out your raucous emojis, ladies and gentlemen. Some 07s for Maki has shown up on this Halloween night with a financial gift of $25. Mwah. $25. $25, he says, for AR in the ready position. Amen to you, my friend. Amen. Maki. Raucous emojis for this champ. $25 financial gift over here on Kasha. All right. Wing of Production asks, do you think the Lee statue could have been saved in any way? I hear the courts hadn't ruled the statue could be destroyed. No, it could not have been saved because, well, yes. I mean, it depends on how big you're asking the question. No, by all of the regular means. Yes, by way of the go free method. Think about this. Imagine in the brief amount of time that Team White Wellbeing has had this Herculean effects on society. Imagine if a decade, 2 decades ago, instead of facing all of the lies and the headwind and the jealousy of the explicit white sympathetics, if they had been honest and really wanted the victimization of our people to end, and they had been like, oh my God, this works, tell everybody. Imagine where we would have been by the time Seville came around. I mean, there would have been far more people that would have said, no, this is anti-white. This is these people's history. This is, the people here desired and chose to erect this. And the white race, as we point out, the general thrust of the white race is never to eradicate the defeated. That happens elsewhere in the world. So it would have been against that, talking about Christine, white erasure, that was a norm for Western civilization, white people. That's gone now, white erased. And there weren't anybody that had the moral positioning of the go free method to push back against those who want to white erase Charlottesville of everything that Western kind created. I mean, do remember when Charlottesville was created and made into a town, then a small city, it was built by white people. It was incorporated by white people. White people allowed other people to come in. White people named the streets. We built the buildings. We put up statues. And now all of that's getting changed. White erasure. So yes, if people would have had the go free method, and whether they knew it or not, so many people who are using anti-white, anti-whiteism, Western kind, white erasure, etc. So many people who they don't know that we're the people who are making it happen. So they wouldn't even have to know about us, but they would have been able to push back that way. But by all of the other methods, no. And I can't even tell you how many it's up in the hundreds of thousands of dollars that have been gifted to attorneys in different respects across the country, a lot in the South, to stop these things, to thwart these efforts in the courts. And the law never prevails over morality. Never does. So you have to hold the moral high ground. So all that money totally wasted. I mean, I'm sure these attorneys bought nice things with it, but totally wasted as far as the objective of preventing white erasure. All right. Christine says, I don't know if she's talking about the point I made, but she says, indeed, the school system is bad. Yeah. You think about it. White people had expectations for behavior in schools, expectations for skill levels in schools. And every generation, as our standards are what we refer to as white erased, they're loosened and then taken completely out. We've seen people get less and less educated about the world, about things that they need, systems of measurements and etc., things that are useful to people. And in its place, more and more of this anti-white ideology, more and more of that is taught, more hatred for white people, more reasons that to make legitimate the harm that's inflicted on white people, more to legitimize more white erasure, taking more away. So these are our standards that are disappearing because they were ours. And that's what we have to accept. They're not just like some general floating in the cosmos standards. They were ours. That's why they have to go. And until white people accept that, we'll just continue to lose. We have to accept that the war is against us and that putting an end to this anti-whiteism benefits everyone who lives in the West. It genuinely does. Because we're talking a lot about blacks on these different news items today. They're going to do a lot better in schools that say, we're not going to allow any of the violence that is allowed today and rampant today. And you're going to have to pass these standards or you can't move to the next level. They would be much better off from that. So it benefits everybody. And that's why we have non-white people are with us fighting anti-whiteism. They know it too. They can see it. Thank God for them. And the reason why is because there are shit tons of white people that if they don't see non-white people agreeing, they're just not going to have anything to do with it. They're such chicken shits. It's just crazy. All right, let's take a look over at entropy. All right, we have open borders here. Let's see if... Oh, we have dude bro moment first. Please, you know what's happening, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get this man some quadruple 07s and some, I don't know, maybe some pumpkins. It's Halloween. Some ghosts. I don't know why I did this for ghosts. Maybe that's what they do. Just in my head, ghosts do this. Actually, know who does this? This is the dance for I'm all right. Don't nobody worry about me. The little gopher, right? That's what he does. And the little puppet. That's a great song. Big thank you. Happy Halloween. Dude bro moment. 50 white well-being dollars on this ghostly night across the West. God bless you, sir. a true champion, and he writes with those $50 for white well-being. That's epic. We also have $5 here from Open Borders, who says, Jason, we need to get you on Alex Jones to spread the Go Free method. And then he has a link here. Let's see. Let's see what that link is all about, my friend. And thank you very much. I don't think Alex Jones would ever talk with me. Oh, this is... Okay, yeah, this is... Jones just had Fuentes on. And here's the reason why I say Jones is not going to have me on. The reason why he will have somebody like Fuentes on. These content creators, it's very clear now. They like interviews. They like friends whose audiences are large enough to make a difference in their audience if they can attract them. So it doesn't matter. The reality is, it doesn't matter how good we are, how many victories we have, how much success, how moral, how different, entertainment wise, I would be totally interesting to his audience. They would have never heard of this, and many of them will have seen the changes in society and then see one of the guys at the center of it. That would be very interesting. But this audience, it's just too small for Jones to be interested. How's it going to benefit him? It's just too small. There's another aspect to it when it comes to Fuentes, though, and that is that there is a pressure exerted on content creators by way of audience members, and I believe a large part of this are crypto anti-whites. So they come around, they claim to be to object to what's being done to America or Canada or the UK or whatever. And in reality, they're actually anti-white. There's a large percentage of those. But there are a lot of people as well who are just mentally tards, J-sperging their brains away. And it's such a facile, such a superficial, such an unintelligent take on the world that midget wits and midwits, they can readily grab hold of it, and then they bludgeon content creators with it. It doesn't work on us because we have the answers, but other content creators don't. So what ends up happening in situations like this with Jones is he gets this internal pressure of people commenting, attempting to invalidate him as a whole, and therefore his message, therefore his personage, his fame or infame, and therefore his income and everything else, attempting to invalidate it by coming into his live chat and saying to the entire audience, it's the Jews. Why aren't you talking about the Jews? You're obviously a Jew, or you're on the pay of the Jew, the payroll of the Jews. It's just endless. And so content creators who are just doom grifting, and I don't know to what degree Jones at his current state or any other state actually cared about the country versus doom grifting. It might be more, it might be less. I have no way of knowing. But he's been put into a situation of having to speak to these people and placate them. And the best way to placate them so that they'll stop undermining his audience and their faith in him and their believability in him is to bring on the person that they keep naming. And over the years, there have been many different Nick Fuenteses. There have been many different ones that have been like the leading light of hatred of all Jews and all things Jewish. There have been many of them. And these folks will show up. Why don't you have this person on? You're just a shill for Israel. You're just working for a Jew. You're actually half Jewish or whatever. It just goes on and on. And so people like Alex Jones put into the situation, how do I placate these people so they'll stop attacking, so they'll stop saying I'm not sincere and I'm a fraud. I'll just grab the guy, invite him in for a conversation. And then they put him out there And he'll try to do things while he has him on to also placate those who will be upset from his presence. But the more present audience is this, and this is the way, this is the new psychological warfare. It's control by way of the active, the loud, the animated audience members, the people who will keep showing up, who will keep slandering, who will keep undermining, who will keep demanding the presence of a particular person. And it just so happens to be Fuentes at the moment. And so that's why I could see the added benefit for Jones. I think the primary for him in this recent interview was to placate these J-spergs. But there was the added benefit that Fuentes has an audience, and Jones can potentially pilfer some of them as well. There isn't a storm of people in Alex Jones' comments saying that he's invalid, that he's illegitimate, that his takes are to protect or whatever, invalidating him and saying you need to have Jason Kuna on of No White Guilt. You need to do this or this is going to continue. And Jones is more than smart enough to put 2 and 2 together. If that were happening, and if he were really facing his believability and the veracity of his claims being undermined, he would reach out and he would have me on. Probably even, I mean, if it were significant enough of an effect on his audience, probably even with as few people as we have an audience, he would probably still, if it were really harming his business. But otherwise I don't see. Over the years, I've reached out a bunch of times, and that doesn't mean that you shouldn't try. You should try. I mean, Franklin is a machine. That's why we call him the Franklinator. He's like everywhere, doing everything at all times, and he's reaching out to people. And somewhere, he's going to end up hitting on somebody, and it's going to work out really well. But ultimately, these are the pressures that cause these things to happen. Now, I want you to ask yourself, if you are the anti-whites, if you are an anti-white of just even mid-wit intelligence, who would you like to have at the helm of your opposition? Somebody who is doing something novel and that's working, and that maybe you've interacted with and you find very problematic for your anti-whiteism, or somebody that perfectly fits the caricature, and therefore all of that which is defined as that character in that anti-white narrative, the villain in the anti-white narrative. Well, of course you would want that person. So when these content creators are getting all of this publicity, are getting all of these interview opportunities, etc., it's because in some part, bigger or smaller, because I already admitted that there are plenty of ill people out there with this J-sperging concept that only ruins their lives and our chances of white well-being. There's a large percentage out there that will be pushing those on everyone, pushing that or those individuals on everyone. Please get out there, be the opposition to us. We want it to look just like that. You're doing it right. And what they then say, these people who are, maybe they're even uber midwits, what they end up saying is, well, if they're slandering you, if you get invited onto the big shows, they're slandering you, but then you're over the target because you're taking flack. No, that is a euphemism that has to go to the dump. It's a platitude. It's useless. If you're taking flack, it means you're in front of someone's guns, and that's probably exactly where they want you. That's what it means. So yes, I agree. He should have me on. I would be very interesting, but I don't know. If you can make it happen, reach out and try to make it happen. You would be the one. But yeah, I did see this, what you're showing here, where Jones, this is and you can see the misstep and the misunderstanding for Jones. Jones has this part of this interview toward the end where he said that his daughter goes to camp and she was taught something anti-white at the camp. And she came home and told him, and he got, I don't know if it was a legitimate anger or if it was put on. I mean, he's an actor. So, but he seemed indignant. He was like, F that, gloves are off. Nobody is going to teach my daughter to hate herself because she's white. He was saying that, bringing that topic up, because he thought that's what's relevant for Nick. That's something that's going to make Nick Fuentes happy to hear. But in that interview, I saw it. Nick demonstrated what I know to be true. He really didn't care. It was more just like that's what he was trying to get at is what really matters to a J-sperg, which is let's hate all, is what he wants everybody to say. Fuentes wants everybody to hate all Jews. And he'll say, I don't want all Jews. I'm a Catholic and I love everybody. And that is smoke screen that then afterward follows all about why you should hate all the Jews. And that's what the commenters in his threads are saying. Why isn't he talking about the Jews? Why isn't he hating on the Jews? Why is he siding with the Jews? And then the deconstructing of Jones' position is that Jones sides with right-wing Jews to try to find himself some cover. But really, these J-spergs will say, it's all the Jews. So that just shows that he's part of their system. So their main concern is not why. It's like, I would have dug into what was said to his daughter. I would have kindled him. I would have pushed him to say more. I would have pushed him to be angrier about what was done to his daughter. I would have talked about the trauma done to his daughter, because my concern is with white people and our civilization for everyone who lives here. So what Jones really needed, if he could do, but he can't do, what he really needed to do, if he wanted to really placate them all for the moment, because you can't placate them forever. I mean, look at what happened with me on that show that I was on for a while. I mean, I said all anti-white Jews I'm opposed to. They didn't, that was fine at first, but then after a while, that wasn't enough. They wanted all, just the way they were born. And I was like, nope, not going to do it. Then they decided to side with the guy whose genetics caused him to have tits that he had to have removed by a non-white plastic surgeon. This shows you the mentality. So if there's a bunch of great content here for y'all at the very end. If Jones really wanted to be able to placate them and put an end for a while, he would have just said, okay, they're all bad. But of course, he can't say that. He doesn't believe it. I don't know. There might be, he probably doesn't believe it because it's not true. And might even have Jews in his family or close friends. I think he said he had, growing up, his father was friends with a rabbi, and they went hunting and whatever. And maybe that was like his way to say, hey, don't try to press me because I have these loyalties to these friendships or whatever. But of course, these people will not relent. They don't. That's why you shame them, you humiliate them, and you ban them. And that's what Jones should be doing. Shame them, humiliate them, show them how they're wrong, and then ban them, block them. Some of them are going to be tards and they're never going to get it. They're just going to be like drooling. And other ones are going to be anti-whites like Peter pecking away. And the name is going to be like Aryan Sith Lord, And they're going to be pecking away. Okay. That's it there. Thank you for that, by the way. That was a good good little bit of content. I am starving. Holy crap. Let's see over there on D Live. Looks like we have We have 6 ice cream cones of cryptocurrency. Thank you very much for those 6 ice cream cones. And it's from I'm Calling the Police. Thank you very much for that. I don't think we got that bad, but thank you. I'm Calling the Police. And we got some thumbs up and some laughs over there by, is that Carl? Ray? Something? It's blurry. Over here on Odyssey. Odyssey. We have Humongous has financially gifted $5. Thank you very much, Humongous. And he says, thanks for the Halloween treat, Jason. That you say that faux? Oh no, the tux. I apologize. The tux is tough. Thank you, my friend. Tucks and tails. We also have Who'da Thunk It financially gifted 2 times tonight. 5 library tokens. Thank you very much. And he says, private institutions have willingly taken up anti-whiteism without consequence, and government has enforced anti-white policies. It is anti-white. Ed doesn't force this point. Maybe when people deflect about poverty and opportunity, we should bring up that we're not talking about class. No amount of anti-whiteism is acceptable. That's a great suggestion. Well said. Who'da thunk it? Thank you very much for the, in total, 10 library tokens. We also have, whoa, get out your Raucous emojis and some 07s as we're getting very near the end of Halloween. $20 financial gift over there on Odyssey. God bless you. To Ash, who's in the live chat tonight. Thank you, Ash. 20. Save the little white baby ghoul dollars. And he says with those $20, happy Halloween. Well, big happy Halloween to you as well, my friend. And is that it here? Over there? Make sure I got everybody. Okay. Looks like I did. Very good. Oh, looks like I just got 3 more ice cream cones over here on D Live from SM Eagle. Thank you so much for those 3 ice cream cones of cryptocurrency. I really appreciate it. Good to see you there in the live chat, my friend. And then you have one of these J-spergs over on Odyssey responding to me saying, just ban everybody who disagrees with you. Yeah, it's intellectually honest disagreement, dumbass. It's so intellectually honest. You made such a big point. Does mommy want to give you a lollipop? You made a good pointy. It's a good pointy. The bad man in the jacket he's just a meanie. He's going to not allow you to just call him a Jew and say that he's owned by Jews. He's a meanie. Thanks, J-sperg. Just disagree. Just ban everybody who disagrees with you. It's all that guy does. He doesn't ever actually take on anybody. Yeah. You just keep telling yourself that. Just keep telling yourself that. It's funny the things that people will tell themselves when they are intensely jealous, when they are not me's. These are therefore me-nots. A me-not has shown up tonight to try to disparage yours truly. Let me take another quick look over here. And if anybody gifts after we've signed off, after we roll out, then I will recognize you at our next get-together. Oh, we have the great, ladies and gentlemen, the great, a man who has achieved many wonderful things for white well-being in live chats and threads alike. Cool Papa J Magic. That name is even cool. I need to say it like Cool Papa J Magic. Cool Papa J Magic. $10. And he says with those 10 wonderful dollars, happy Halloween. And a little pumpkin. Thank you very much for that. A little pumpkin. All right. Looks like we're caught up. Ha! Lunder said, ooh, say my name like that. You've got to get a name like Cool Papa J Magic. I don't know, it could be Lee Thunder Down Under. Should I do that? Maybe that would increase audience. We'll start doing this as Mr. We'll start doing the as Mr. on a regular basis, and we'll see if that increases. It won't. I turned on this show to check it out, to see like what's the total dimension of Tardsville on YouTube that, that gets the biggest audience. And there was a show that had been 2 days up and had 700,000+ views. And so I thought to myself when I saw that, oh my God, some scientist was interviewed and he combined a bat and a moose, and he's going to unveil it to the world on this YouTube channel. No, there was no bat moose. I was like, where's the bat moose? Or moose bat. Actually, moose bat might sound better. Where is it? No, it was just these like total group of ignoramuses, effeminate guys. It's just unreal. Talking about pure nonsense that you couldn't even, I couldn't even stay long enough to derive what the subject matter was. 700,000+ views in 2 days. Mestizo Carv says, imagine if the guys marching in Seville would have said, anti-whites will not erase us, as opposed to other chants. Well, yeah, absolutely. And they'd have to, of course, get rid of all of those, anybody that had showed up there with a stiffly wrinkled, right out of the package World War II flag would have to be evicted, of course. All right. Do you think... Oh, that's we... Okay, good. We got that. All right, then. I don't think I missed any tags. I love all the celebration with ghosties and... Oh, Sloths chimes in with a really high IQ. If you're taking flack, you're on the defensive. Very good, sir. Very good. We get, and it's not a Donald Trumpism to say that we get the best people. We actually do. Because you think about hearing me speak and then deciding whether or not you can keep pace is a total IQ test. We might as well just junk all the other IQ tests out there. It's a total IQ test. I have seen in person. It could be a room of people I'm talking, and then the most intelligent guy there, you see him going, oh yeah, just getting like each time another connection's made. And then you see the rest of them, the glaze. I don't get it. And then I've had them come up to me too and tell me, it's so funny because they'll say, well, you know what? I'm really not a big thinker, and I really actually support, and then name some low IQ group that's super popular. And you're like, nah, I can see that fit. Yeah, totally works out with you and them. Benny Blanco is here. Yes, I see you, my friend. Okay. I will not return until Sunday, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for our gatherings that we will have. And it's going to be a glorious, fun time. We're going to watch white student transmissions tweet continue to climb and bring a great many people to the website. That's what we need. Lots of exposure. And we've got to get out there as we can, where we can, continue to do what we do, bringing the lexicon, the key concepts to our brothers and sisters of the world, and other concepts where you can work them in. You all are doing seriously the Lord's work. Reminds me, as we, maybe it's appropriate to talk about a good Christian brother on our way out this evening. I was at a meeting with, and you might remember me sharing this with you all in the past. I'm just looking for, I know what we'll do. Yes. Sharing this with you in the past. And he was very devout Christian, a wonderful guy. By all appearances, a great father and husband. Really like him. Haven't talked to him in a long time, but I really like him. And he was talking about, well, this is not quite moral or ethical to do. You know, there were a lot of things about our contest with anti-whites that made him uncomfortable. And so I eventually said, to really just cut through all of the objections, whose God do you want to be worshipped in this country? Yours or someone else's? He said, mine. And I said, then you're going to have to get up off your knees and go to war. I love you all. Doing what you're doing. Happy Halloween. Be the power that changes the world. Roll out.